next couple of weeks, I'm going to be going through volume 1 all the way to volume, I believe, 10 or 11 that we're on currently in the Amazing Spider-Man series. And yeah, this volume is called Back to the Basics. So yeah, so here we go. So basically, the volume starts off with an introduction to the Spider-Man character, which I really enjoy. I think that it's a good idea to not alienate new viewers, new children that are getting into the Spider-Man character. This first page basically provides us with Spider-Man's backstory on why he became a superhero, the battles that he has had up to this point, and his viewpoints of what it means to be a superhero. So jumping off that, we get to see that there's a bank robbery happening in this part of the story, with Spider-Man fighting the likes of Rhino, the Boomerang, this guy in a wheel, and this girl that calls herself Electro. I believe it's Electro's daughter. So yeah, I have no idea why Electro is a girl, if that is his daughter or not, or if, he just got replaced. I have no idea. If anyone knows that's watching this video, leave a comment down below so I know what story arc to read to see what happened to Electro, so I am very interested in reading on what happened to him. But yeah, so basically, Spider-Man's taking on all these villains at once, which is pretty impressive, considering he has fought the Sinister Six, but this seems to be a new type of Sinister Six that's not as powerful, but still deadly. And yeah, so Spider-Man basically stops the giant wheel from damaging some property and killing some people. It's a really cool panel where he stops the wheel, but at the same time, the girl Electro basically uses her energy attacks kind of create this giant explosion, and it kind of like ricochets and basically hurts them as well, causing Spider-Man to win the battle. Now we get to see that Spider-Man's home life, basically, that Boomerang basically has an alter ego, and he becomes Spider-Man and Robbie Robinson's roommate. So that gives like a little bit of a dynamic between the three characters for future issues, which is a really cool thing, and it was one of the things I enjoyed the most out of this run so far, is Boomerang's character and his friendship with Peter that grows over time. Now, we get to see that in the present day that the Avengers are fighting an alien invasion off of New York City, which is a scene that we have seen multiple times, seen in the MCU as well in the Avengers movie. But it's really cool to see all of these Avengers plus the X-Men teaming up to fight against this alien invasion. Now we get to see tons of characters kind of duking it out against these alien slime monsters, basically. And eventually Spider-Man makes his debut, and the reactions of the superheroes are pretty funny in that they're not really excited to see Spider-Man. So that's pretty interesting. I do enjoy the dynamic between Spider-Man and the rest of the Marvel Universe. Spider-Man is a very down-to-earth guy, and he does mix well with the heroes, but at the same time he does feel a little out there compared to the others because he likes to keep to himself most of the time, which makes him a very interesting character. Now we get to see that Wilson Fisk, basically the Kingpin, is the mayor in this run. Now I have read a little bit of the Chip Zdarsky run of Daredevil, and I do know that Daredevil and Spider-Man did have a little bit of an interaction in that series, and Fisk was the mayor in that series as well. So I do like the continuity between the two, and it shows that Marvel really is taking care to make sure that there isn't very much plot holes and that everything connects. So I really enjoyed that. We get to see that Peter Parker basically has to go back to school because his college education pretty much got negated, because it turned out that people found out that Dr. Octopus was actually inside of Peter Parker's body, so he doesn't have his education completed, basically, which kind of sucks. But at the same time, this gives Peter a down-to-earth viewpoint, basically, for the viewer, and he doesn't make him a super genius compared to Tony Stark, in the sense of success, I guess you could say. So I really enjoyed that. After this, we get to see that the alien invasion is still taking place, and Spider-Man's basically betting it all on going up into the sky, trying to figure out what exactly is happening in the air that's causing all these aliens to come from there. And when he gets up there, he actually hits a giant glass case, and this actually is the place where Mysterio is revealed to be doing illusions to make it seem like the Avengers are actually fighting these aliens when there actually is no aliens at all. And it's a really cool scene where Spider-Man punches his way through and basically just takes out Mysterio and basically saves the day. Now Mysterio gives Spider-Man these words of advice that he just wanted to try something different and take on all the heroes of the Marvel Universe at once, which is really interesting. I really enjoyed this from Ned Spencer because it shows that even a little character like Mysterio, when he puts his head to it, basically could create a threat that got all the Avengers basically fighting together, as well as the X-Men. So I really enjoyed that, and it shows that power levels are not everything in the Marvel Universe, and that some people can be smart enough to really put the world into jeopardy, at least make it seem that way. So I really enjoyed this, and it was some development for Peter's character going forward in the next few volumes and trying new things, basically. After this we get to see that Mysterio is basically being tried in court, and they're trying to get Mysterio to plead insanity, basically, to get him to not go to jail. Now, Mysterio is not having this. Mysterio is very egotistical, and he wants everyone to understand how great his knowledge is of special effects arts. But I believe her name is the Beetle. Basically, she is defending Mysterio, and there's a moment where Mysterio starts hallucinating, at least it seems that way, of everyone in the courtroom basically turning into these bugs and basically getting eaten inside out. This is where we're revealed to, I believe, the main villain of the run. I haven't read a lot of the newest issues, so when I'm covering this stuff on the channel, it's going to be like I'm reading with y'all, because I haven't seen what exactly happens with this character. But yeah, so basically we get introduced to this mysterious character that seems very bug-like, and it seems like he uses bugs to kind of like devour his opponents. So yeah, this scares Mysterio like crazy, and basically gets Mysterio off on an insanity plea, basically by just showing how hysterical he was after seeing these visions of, I guess, his master race, you could say. And yeah, so basically Mysterio and, you know, the Beetle basically have a pretty good case, and it seems like Mysterio isn't going to be going away to prison, so that leads Mysterio into future story arcs. Now, after this, we get to see that the Lizard, Kurt Connors, basically introduces himself to Peter Parker again, revealing that he basically has the ability to morph into the Lizard and Kurt Connors basically at will due to some sort of chip that he was able to put in the back of his neck, which really shows how smart Kurt Connors basically is. And I really enjoyed that they played off of his genius intellect in this scene. Now basically after this, we get to see that Taskmaster and the Black Ant basically sabotage and want to rob basically the stuff that Dr. Kurt Connors is working on. This leads Spider-Man to have to think of something quick to change to outfit, and he unleashes a chemical that actually splits him and Spider-Man separately. So now there's a Peter Parker and a Spider-Man. So Spider-Man makes quick work of Taskmaster and, you know, the Black Ant, and basically reveals that they are indeed separated, Spider-Man and Peter Parker. So what happens after this basically is a viewpoint of Spider-Man and Peter Parker's lives. We get to see that Peter Parker is enjoying his time of just being a regular human with no powers, basically enjoying going on dates with MJ and Robbie Robinson and his girlfriend Nora, while Spider-Man is taking on the Tri-Sentinels. Tri-Sentinels are some of the coolest Sentinels I've ever seen. I really enjoy these fight scenes that we get to see Spider-Man in. And yeah, so we do get a dialogue with Peter Parker and Spider-Man, basically explaining how their lives are going so far, being separate. And we do get to see cool scenes like Spider-Man operating a Tri-Sentinel and reprogramming it to be his basically his bodyguard, which is really cool. Now we get introduced to the villain of this story arc, which is Mindel Strom. Mindel Strom, I have not read any other story arc with this character other than this one, but I do want to check out his previous outings, because I have heard he's a pretty interesting character with a unique relationship with Norman Osborn. So I am going to check out more stuff with him and maybe upload it here in the future on the channel. But right now, yeah, Mindel Strom is a pretty smart dude in that he controls a lot of Tri-Sentinels, like a lot. So after this, we get to see that Mindelsstrom basically is using these Sentinels to, basically attack New York. And he's not part of the bigger picture, and he's pretty much only relevant in this one story arc, but he's a pretty interesting character, and I'm gonna dive more into him in the future. Now we get to see that Spider-Man is basically cleaning up crime with the Tri-Sentinel, like, pretty easily, while Peter Parker is enjoying his life. He gets talks with Aunt May and MJ and all the supporting cast. Basically just gets to enjoy his life, but at the same time starts to feel like he's not living up to his responsibility, and that Spider-Man is basically all the responsibility, and that's the part of his character that deals with that. So with them being split, Peter Parker is just enjoying life instead of having these moments where he has to fight for responsibility, which is cool to see, that we get to see these two sides of Peter, and eventually they will come together. So we get to see that the Tri-Sentinels are finally launched out by Mindelsstrom. Basically, there's tons of, especially with this huge one in the background, and this leads Peter to sacrifice himself, basically for Spider-Man. Mindelsstrom during this time, though, gets killed off by this mysterious villain, basically getting eaten alive by these centipede-like monsters, it seems, by the Shadow that we get to see. A horrible death. And yeah, it's just crazy. This character seems like he means business, and I can't wait to see what happens. I do believe he has been dealt with in the comics already, but I haven't read that yet. So whenever I get to that part in this retrospective volume reviews, I hope that we can talk about it as a community on this channel of his character. But anyway, going back into the story, basically, like I said, Peter Parker basically sacrifices himself for Spider-Man, and this leads them to have to fuse again with some sort of an electric device, some device that he got from Kirk Connors, I believe, and this basically leads them to fuse and become Spider-Man / Peter Parker once again. And yeah, it's an amazing moment where Spider-Man uses his Tri-Sentinel to basically fight against the other ones. After he defeats them, he goes to find Mindelsstrom. Mindelsstrom basically dies in front of him, and it's just a horrible death, basically. And, even Spider-Man says it was a horrible way for him to go. But Mindelsstrom's last act is that he uses his ability to, use the Tri-Sentinels. He says, "Guess my name." And all of them repeat the same phrase, and they all come at Spider-Man at once. The Spider-Man uses his Tri-Sentinel to try to fight against the other Tri-Sentinels, basically. And eventually he does defeat them, and he just sits there wondering what exactly just happened. Now this leads us into the end of the story arc, where we get to see that Taskmaster and Black Ant actually are talking with some sort of lawyer, and basically telling him that they're not really doing this for their own gain, but that they were hired by they're basically a hired gun for a bigger threat. And this is where we're revealed to an antagonist that we will be seeing in the next 3 volumes, which is Kraven the Hunter, and that's how Back to the Basics ends as a story arc. So let's talk about this before we end the video, guys. Welcome back, my students, to another episode of Comic Class, and today, guys, we're going to be taking a look at Ned Spencer's The Amazing Spider-Man Volume 2, Friends and Foes. And yeah, this is another video in my Ned Spencer The Amazing Spider-Man run, a retrospective series, and yeah, I'm going to be covering every volume that is released so far of The Amazing Spider-Man by Ned Spencer. And yeah, I already have volume 1 out, so go check out that video before you check this one out. But with that being said, guys, let's jump right into the video. Let's go. So the volume starts off, guys, with the Vulture seemingly trying to put fear into one of his henchmen that kind of like betrayed him or something like that. And yeah, so the Vulture looks pretty cool in this outfit. I really do enjoy the way Ned Spencer's artist actually draws all of the Spider-Man Rogues Gallery. They have this real modern look, but at the same time they do hold the classic style. So it's just really cool to see. But the Vulture basically gets taken down by Taskmaster and the Black Ant. Now this will be important in the next 2 volumes with the Hunted story arc with Kraven the Hunter. So I want you guys to keep this in mind, that Taskmaster the Black Ant actually captured the Vulture. That's a very important plot point
for that future story arc. So the Black Ant and Taskmaster are rounding up, it seems, the villains that are animal-based, which is a lot of Spider-Man's rogues gallery. But we'll jump into that when we get into the Hunted story arc. And yeah, so after this, we get to see that Boomerang and Peter basically are showing their interactions of their friendship. And yeah, it's pretty interesting to see their interactions as friends. And basically, we get to see that Mary Jane basically tells Peter that she likes the Boomerang, that he seems like a nice guy, which, Peter isn't a fan of. But we also get to see that Randy Robinson is basically like the middleman for Peter and Boomerang, and basically telling him that he should give Boomerang a chance as he is trying to reform himself, and that everyone deserves a second chance. Which I think was a really cool scene in this book. It really does dive more into Peter and Boomerang's relationship. Now we get to delve even more further when Boomerang actually invites Peter to the bar with no name. Now this is a bar that all the Spider-Man Rogues Gallery frequents, basically, where they can be in their supervillain identity or not in their supervillain identity. It's a really cool, place. And basically in this area, we get to see that Spider-Man and Boomerang really fit well in with the crowd. And Peter actually joins them in a game of trivia that is based off Spider-Man and learning more about his character and his rogues gallery, which is really cool that they make games out of Spider-Man. I mean, that's pretty funny to have a trivia night of Spider-Man. Now, while this is going down, we get to see that Boomerang and Peter basically are the target of a hit by the Kingpin. And basically, the Kingpin states to everyone in the bar that if they are managed to, take them out, there'll be a reward. So he sends a message to everybody. And it's a really cool scene. We get to see the Boomerang basically trying to fight off all the supervillains that are, from the Spider-Man universe. A lot of them are B/C class villains that are in this bar right now. So it's a pretty even fight. Peter basically picks up a gun and tries to defend himself as well. We can see that Boomerang actually sacrifices himself, takes a blast of energy from one of the supervillains for Peter, and this is where Peter uses a bluff to get himself and Boomerang out of this deadly situation. Now after this, Peter and Boomerang have this heart-to-heart where Boomerang basically tells him, why did you, not Boomerang, Peter tells him, why did you save me? And this sort of Boomerang states that he's really trying to show Peter that he is trying to reform himself and become a good guy. And this is where you get more into Boomerang's, bad story and what he's been doing lately, and that he's actually been trying to reconstruct some of his old friends as robots, and that just hasn't been turning out really well. And it's played as a comedy scene, but also a sad scene as well. It's just a very unique scene, and that makes you feel both emotions. At least it made me feel that. Now after this, we get to see that Kindred, the villain that was introduced in the first story arc, basically comes back and he basically intimidates the Kingpin. And what he does is he actually gets the Kingpin to bow down to him, which just shows the type of threat that Kindred actually is. And I can't wait to see him actually go toe-to-toe with Spider-Man, because I don't exactly know what his abilities are, but it seems like the power to decay things or have them be eaten inside out. I have no idea. But he uses like these centipede-looking insects, it seems. So we'll see. He doesn't look alive, so he could be like a zombie-type villain. But I do think that they have delved into the recent comic issues with his character. So when we get to that volume of the story, then, I'll have more to say. But yeah, Kindred making the Kingpin bow down to him was just awesome. This leads us into the second half of the story arc, which is, most of the meat of the story arc. We're introduced to this lady that basically is part of the same band of thieves that the Black Cat used to, be in charge of, or at least part of. And yeah, so we get to see that they're kind of like trying to steal the items, superhero items from superheroes, like Captain America's shield and Thor's hammer. So basically, we get to see that, Peter and Mary Jane, we get to see how the relationship is working out throughout this time, and Spider-Man having to put on the costume to go meet up with the Black Cat. And the meetup with the Black Cat is pretty interesting because Felicia and Spider-Man just make a very good team, just like Batman and Catwoman. And yeah, it's just really cool to see them work together. They have a little bit of a fight, but then after that fight, they head out to go meet with that lady that was in charge of the band of thieves, it seems. So they're going to make their appearance to them. Now we get a little bit of development in this, volume for Mary Jane, in that she goes to where Jarvis has these little group therapy sessions for people that are married or dating superheroes, and it's just really cool. Or just being a family member of a superhero. I really liked how Ned Spencer put this in there because it shows, that these people are regular people that are dating or married or even just family members to these superheroes, and that they have to deal with the danger too that these people possess because of their powers. And I think that's amazing. It was really cool to see how they handled their relationships, and it was cool to see Mary Jane's thoughts on Peter as Spider-Man as well. So after this, we get into the real meat of the arc where Peter and the Black Cat basically meet up with the lady that is in charge of the Band of the Thieves. And yeah, so after this, we get to see them basically throw down. We get to see them fight against her and her thieves, and it's a really cool action scene to see. And it's just, it's just always cool to see Spider-Man in these panels, just, throwing down. Same thing for the Black Cat. The Black Cat's agility is shown throughout this fight with the thieves. And it's just really cool to see these two, working together to fight against a common threat. But this is where we get to the very end of the story arc where the thieves, basically the main lady, she opens up a portal that's supposed to be taking all the items to some location, it seems. And this is where Spider-Man has the idea to use Miss Marvel's cell phone to kind of show the Avengers where they're all at. And once that happens, that basically gets them to, evacuate, because they're not going to try fighting against the entire Avengers. There's no way they'll beat them. Even if they took away Captain America's shield or, Thor's hammer, they're still just human. There's no way they're going to fight those powerhouses. So they escape, and that pretty much ends the threat. Now, you see that Felicia does state that they pretty much won, because they just showed them, the people on how much they were able to steal. They kind of boosted their reputation and what they just did, and they're gaining a ton of money. So we'll see if they come back in a future story arc, but that pretty much is the end of these guys, the Bandit Thieves. Now after this, we go into the very end of the story arc where we get to see that Peter actually reveals himself to the Black Cat, Felicia Hardy. And this was retconned, I'm guessing, earlier in an earlier event, and this is the reason why Felicia doesn't know Peter's identity, because she did know it, and back then, like in the 80s and 90s. So I guess some event changed everything after Civil War. But after Civil War, Spider-Man did reveal his secret identity. I'm not, knowledgeable of everything Marvel, so I'm not sure exactly why no one remembers Spider-Man's identity. If you know that, be sure to comment down below. That way I can read whatever story, or you can just tell me why this is the case. But overall, as a self-contained story, when Ned Spencer's run, I did enjoy this moment where they have this moment together, revealing their secret identity, basically. And this is where we get the final page of the story arc, the volume, where Kindred basically says he's going to take away Mary Jane, Felicia Hardy, and anyone that Spider-Man has feelings for, because he wants to be just him and Peter. Which makes you wonder, what exactly is Kindred, and I'm hoping that all gets revealed in the future story arc / volumes. But that's going to be all, guys, for Volume 2 of Ned Spencer's The Amazing Spider-Man.
Welcome back, my students, to another episode of Comic Class, and in today's video we're going to be looking at Ned Spencer's The Amazing Spider-Man Volume 3 Lifetime Achievement. Now, this is part 3 of my retrospective of the Ned Spencer Amazing Spider-Man run. This is an ongoing series, but I'm going to be covering all the volumes that I've released so far, so if you haven't already, go check out the previous 2 videos of the previous 2 volumes. And yeah, without further ado, guys, let's jump right into the story. Let's go. So this volume pretty much starts off showing us J. Jonah Jameson, and yeah, he's basically doing this type of talk show podcast. And yeah, so this is, I guess, what Jonah is doing in the recent series, basically doing a podcast. He's not working at the Daily Bugle, the newspaper, as the editor-in-chief. And yeah, we'll be seeing more of Jonah later on in the issue. So we find out basically that the Kingpin is basically giving an award to Jonah, basically, but he wants Spider-Man to be the one to hand the award to Jonah, which is really interesting. Now, Jonah kind of suspects that the Kingpin probably, Fisk probably has another agenda, but he does feel happy that he's going to be getting this award from the mayor of the city, basically of New York City. So that's pretty cool. Now we get to see that while this is happening, Spider-Man is fighting against some villains, basically trying to save the day as usual, and trying to retrieve this toy for this kid. Now, I don't know who this villain is. I'm guessing he's some type of B-class slash C-class villain in Spider-Man's Rose Gallery, like a hippo. So after this, after Spider-Man saves the day, he basically goes to a Christmas dinner with Robbie Robinson and his son as well. And it's just really cool to see him have this interaction with Robbie and his son. And it's really cool because Peter has always been, someone that's really loved Robbie. He's always been there, kind of like a father figure in Peter's life. So it's really cool to see him in this run by Nick Spencer, even though he's not in it for too long. Now, we get to see that Peter does arrive at the ceremony to give J. Jonah Jameson his award. And this is where they're actually attacked by the Enforcers. Now, the Enforcers are kind of like a B-class Spider-Man Rogues Gallery villain set of villains. They actually made their first appearance, I believe, an issue before the Green Goblin was introduced. For anyone, I will be covering that eventually on this channel. It's a classic issue with Green Goblin. He was first introduced, and yeah. So the Enforcers are basically this set of villains that basically use different types of abilities. One of them is very good at hand-to-hand combat. One of them uses a lasso, and one of them is just really strong. So Spider-Man fights against these people, and he basically saves Jonah from getting shot by one of them, leaving him open to an attack that knocks him out. They use this basically to try to get Spider-Man to kind of like loosen his guard, and this gets them both kidnapped, basically. Now, when they awake, they realize that they're actually met with a version of the Big Boss, or the Big Man, which is the leader of the Enforcers, as well as the Scorpion and other villains. Now, Spider-Man basically tries to make an escape with Jonah from these villains, basically trying to make sure that Jonah makes it out of here in one piece. And yeah, so we skip to the Kingpin basically letting his butler know, to let the people wait, that they should, eat at the snack bar, the salad bar, or something like that. Has a funny line about him going vegan, making the whole city go vegan, which is a really funny line. But they're basically waiting because Jonah and Spider-Man are late to the ceremony because they've been kidnapped. Now we get to see that the person that kidnapped J. Jonah Jameson and Spider-Man basically have this type of like virtual reality type moment where he's just showing different scenarios of J. Jonah Jameson's life and how he feels that J. Jonah Jameson basically betrayed him and others by accepting Spider-Man as a friend and starting to defend him. This is where we reveal to the Scorpion and his set of villains, and this is where a fight breaks out between Spider-Man and the Scorpion as well as these other villains. Now, Jonah utilizes his ability to use the Spider Slayer to fight against the other villains while Spider-Man takes on the Scorpion. Now, this is a really cool fight scene, a lot of cool action panels. Eventually, Spider-Man gains the upper hand and uses Scorpion's tail to knock him over and then landing a kick to knock him out. This is where we're revealed to the Big Man making his big appearance. He's like this giant robotic machine. And yeah, so a fight breaks out between the Big Man and Spider-Man, with Spider-Man trying to protect Jonah. And eventually the Big Man gets the upper hand and he reveals himself that there's a person operating the machine who is actually the son of the Big Man. And this is where Jonah reveals that he actually drove his father to kind of like relapse into the Big Man because he had been trying to get help and going straight, but eventually he failed, and this led to his death in Jonah's arms in one of his crime sprees. So the son basically doesn't take this well. He's going to take Jonah's life, but then Spider-Man makes him miss, only hitting Jonah's arm. And yeah, so basically the son isn't happy that Spider-Man saved Jonah's life, and he decides to just go out with a bang and letting the Big Man basically go in a self-destruct sequence, which Spider-Man says is never a good thing. This leads Spider-Man to use his webbing to just haul and throw this giant robotic machine into the air, which explodes. And this is just a huge strength feed
by Spider-Man in this series. I mean, this is ridiculous how big this machine is. Probably weighs thousands of tons, and yeah, such a great feat. Now, after this, we get to see that Jonah goes to the ceremony to receive his reward and states that Spider-Man is not going to be making an appearance, and that he doesn't owe Fist a thing or even Jonah a thing. So he leaves with some swagger, basically, and the Kingpin isn't happy. This sort of led to see the Scorpion talking to Arcade, which is a character that we have seen, I think, in the last volume, which is the guy with the curly hair that's working for Kraven the Hunter. And yeah, he's mad because he's not going to get paid for the job that he was hired to do with Spider-Man because he was defeated. And this is where Taskmaster and the Black Ant show up and basically take out the Scorpion and put him in bars with some other animal-based supervillains in Spider-Man's Rogues Gallery. So we're leading up into the events of the Hunted story arc, which will be Volume 4. But yeah, so this one revealed to Kraven the Hunter, basically, and Arcade working together. And this is where Kraven basically reveals that, you know, he wants Arcade to build him something. We'll learn what that something is at the end of this volume. So now we jump into the Lizard and his family of, you know, little Billy, basically Billy Connors, and his wife as well. I think her name's Maria or something. And yeah, so Billy Connors is not really real, if that makes any sense. He's like a clone. The original Billy Connors was killed in the, I think it was called The Shed, a story arc. It's a brutal story arc. I might cover it on the channel sometime. It's a really messed up story where Kirk Connors actually eats his own son. But we'll talk about that in a future video. But yeah, so basically this is a clone. So he's basically having a hard time, you know, dealing with being a clone and not being able to be a regular human. So Kurt, you know, changes back into his human form because he was having dinner with Peter and Mary Jane. Now, the issue that this has some very iffy artwork. I'm not really a fan of it that much. But yeah, so you can see that Aunt May is on a date with some guy and basically, you know, it doesn't work out or something. This is where she goes to another restaurant, and this is where the Rhino basically makes an appearance, and he just dashes into the restaurant. This is where Peter makes an appearance and tries to take on the Rhino, basically trying to find what is happening with this whole situation, and they're actually kind of friends. So I have to read a previous story arc to find out why exactly they're so friendly with each other. This is where Taskmaster and the Black Ant have came to capture the Rhino. So a fight breaks out with Taskmaster and Spider-Man, and it's a pretty cool fight. The Black Ant is trying to attack the Rhino, and it's not really working well. So we get to see that the Black Ant gets this huge gun, and he shoots it at the Rhino, which dodges the blast, but in turn, this leads to hitting the restaurant, and this just explodes the entire place. So we get to see that Kurt Connors and Billy Connors and his wife, Maria, I believe, basically are kind of trying to figure out their life. And Billy Connors basically sneaks out to go to some party, which will be a huge plot point for the next story arc. So we get to see that Spider-Man is freaking out because he thinks that Aunt May is dead because this huge blast has destroyed this restaurant. There's a lot of rubble. So basically, Spider-Man just loses it on Taskmaster, and he just knocks him out, or at least beats him to a point where he can't fight anymore. And this leads Taskmaster and the Black Ant to basically capture the Rhino, with the Rhino saying that he's not going to forgive Spider-Man for what he's allowing them to do to capture him. And Spider-Man does feel bad for what, you know, for not helping Rhino, but he does need to find out if Aunt May is still alive. Turns out that she is. And this is where Aunt May and that dude that she was talking to, as well as Ned, I think his name is Ned Leeds or something, he basically gets saved by Spider-Man, as well as Aunt May getting saved by Spider-Man. And this sort of gets this emotional moment with him basically, I guess, dying in Peter's arms, or at least, you know, knocking out. I have no idea. Maybe they'll reveal later on if he died or not. So we get to see that basically that Aunt May did survive the ordeal, and basically is going to try fixing up this type of community center to help people, which is a really cool plot point, and it really shows that Ned Spencer is making Robbie Robinson the son of, I think, you know, his father, basically. I think they have the same name. And also, you know, Aunt May, that they're getting development and they have things to do while Spider-Man is doing superhero and stuff. So yeah, so we get to see that
the Rhino is captured, this is revealed that Kraven is actually the one that's hiring Black Ant and Taskmaster, which I think was revealed in the first volume, but now it's reinforced, and we learn that Arcade is in on it as well. And Arcade is making a sort of arena, a type of cage, and this cage basically is what was originally going to be around some type of, I guess, a plain type of like jungle, but Kraven states that no, that's not going to be the case. He wants Arcade to make this cage, this type of arena, in the New York City park, to kind of take it to Spider-Man and find out, who's the better one of them two. I guess who's the better hunter. Welcome back, my students, to Comic Class, and in today's video we're continuing our Nick Spencer The Amazing Spider-Man run with Volume 4, Hunted, and yeah, this is the fourth installment basically in Nick Spencer's run, and this is possibly considered one of the best story arcs that Nick Spencer has written. So without further ado, guys, I think we should just jump right into the video. Yeah, let's get on to it. So our story pretty much starts off with this hunter, group of hunters, basically these two men that basically get attacked by Kraven the Hunter. Now Kraven basically took out the first dude, and the second dude is basically telling him that he'll pay him all the money that he wants. And Kraven basically, tells this dude that he is not in, his city life. Basically, he's in the jungle, and in the jungle only the strong will survive. And it's an amazing moment because it shows, Kraven's character. Now Kraven tells this dude that he is not going to kill him, but he wants to make him into a hunter. And this is basically the premise of the arc, but we'll dive more into that. Now this is where we're revealed to what exactly happened. Kraven was brought back to life by somebody, and he used this opportunity to, live his life in the Savage Land, and basically created some clones of himself, some artificial sons basically. Now he had those sons go off on missions to kind of show their worth to him, and basically one of the sons comes back and basically kills all the other sons to prove to his father that he is the true heir to his throne, basically the true perfect clone of his father. And Kraven basically welcomes him with open arms and tells him that he'll teach him everything he knows to make him into a worthy successor, because he's the only one left now. So he's going to inherit his kingdom basically. Now this is where we're sent, forward in time basically, and we're seeing Kraven's son Kraven basically attending this type of party with Arcade, basically telling these rich people that he has a super big surprise for them. And this is where it's revealed that the people that we have been getting captured in the last 3 volumes of all these animal-based Spider-Man villains are basically here in this type of cage, and Arcade's basically saying that you're gonna have the chance to hunt these creatures, these people, these super villains. And Kraven does mention that the grand hunt is upon them. Now Kraven basically is showing his son what he has done, how he has had Taskmaster and the Black Ant basically capture all these superpowered villains, and he has them in this type of cages to be hunted. It's going to be an amazing story, guys. So we get to see that the Lizard basically wakes up, and his wife Martha tells him that, that Billy's gone. Now Billy had went out to try to sneak out and go to some sort of party. This is where he's kind of like outed as being a reptile freak, and he runs for his life. And this is where Kurt Connors basically tells Peter that if he can go and try to save Billy from getting hurt. So Spider-Man, despite being sick in this story arc, goes on the case because he does care about Billy Connors, and he knows how much that means to Kurt Connors. Is that's his son. So Spider-Man goes out despite being sick. This is where Billy is captured by the Taskmaster and the Black Ant and taken away to Kraven. Now Spider-Man basically realizes that something's gone wrong, that Billy has been captured. So Spider-Man just goes after them. Now this is where we're introduced to the Black Cat in this story arc, where she is making a burglary basically, and she's having a pretty good heist. This is where she's confronted by Hammerhead and told about some sort of plan that is happening. Now, after this, we get to see that the Black Cat actually finds Billy Connors in some sort of cage. This is where the Black Cat is basically attacked by the Black Ant. And their battle is pretty cool. We get to see a lot of action scenes with the Black Cat fighting against Taskmaster and the Black Ant. And these panels are really well drawn. Eventually, Black Cat realizes that she's outmatched, so she sends a message through this little spider tracer or spider invention and basically sends it to Spider-Man. And this is where she's knocked out by Taskmaster, which I'm surprised I did not kill her by breaking her neck. But yeah, so she's captured. Spider-Man basically gets the spider tracer from the Black Cat, and now he knows their location, so he's gonna go after them. This is where we're revealed to Kraven, basically talking about his hunt, basically, and what he is, what he has become, and what he feels like he needs to become in the future. We get to see that Spider-Man basically starts to go after Black Cat and Billy Connors, because now he knows Billy is in the same spot as the Black Cat because of what Black Cat had told him. And yeah, this is where we can see the Black Cat and Billy Connors basically having a discussion with each other, kind of showing like a motherly side to her and taking care of Billy Connors. This is where Kraven introduces himself to them, basically says that he's going to use them as bait for Spider-Man, and it's pretty cool. Now, Kraven does mention to Black Cat and Billy that Black Cat thinks that Kraven wants to fight Spider-Man on his own, but it's actually revealed by Kraven that that is not the case. This sort of were showed the Spider-Man going in this type of area where there's a ton of gas. This sort of revealed to Kraven's son, who's going to take on Spider-Man. And yeah, I mean, Spider-Man even mentions that this Kraven looks way younger, bigger, and maybe definitely faster. This is where we get an awesome battle scene with Kraven's son versus Spider-Man. Just a ton of action, a ton of good dialogue, and the battle is pretty brutal, guys. Like, Spider-Man's like really going in, trying to fight this dude. If you remember, Spider-Man's fought Kraven a ton of times, but Kraven's been getting older. This son is basically like a prime version of what Kraven would be. Maybe even younger than what Kraven was when he fought Spider-Man the first time they ever met. And this shows that he just completely, beats up and just beats Spider-Man. I mean, his mask is coming off and everything. And yeah, so basically, Kraven's son beats Spider-Man and takes him to the part that the hunt is going to happen to. And this is where Kraven says the hunt begins. And yeah, this is where the story arc just really takes off, guys. Spider-Man is placed into his black suit by Kraven, I'm guessing, or his son. And this is where we're shown that Spider-Man is in this area of the park that's been completely closed off with a force field to fight against these hunters. And yeah, this is where he meets all the supervillains that Kraven has captured. And it's an amazing panel seeing all these enemies of Spider-Man. They really want to kill him. But this is where we're revealed to the hunters basically attacking the superpowered hero and his villains. And yeah, the hunters are basically machinery that are being controlled by like VR tech by these hunters, or businessmen slash rich guys. Yeah, and it gets pretty brutal, guys. I mean, these guys are not playing around. They have guns, they have bow and arrows. They just have everything that you would think of for lethal force. And you have to remember, some Spider-Man's Rogues Gallery are not bulletproof, so they are definitely gonna die if they can't get a handle on things. So they all make a run for it, considering how many hunters there are. I mean, you can see in this panel, it's a lot, maybe 50 of them or so. And yeah, so they just start taking people out. Basically, they start shooting everywhere. This sort of revealed to the first death in the series, where this guy is given VR glasses to one of the hunting suits, and basically he uses that hunting suit to fight against the iguana, and he kills him like in cold blood. It's a brutal scene. I mean, the way the dude reacts just really gets under your skin, because they're literally cheating. They're not doing it themselves. They're using these superpowered mechanical devices to defeat these supervillains. And it just seems super unfair because they don't feel like they're in danger at all. So yeah, so basically Arcade's just making a fortune off of this. He says who wants to be next. to kill somebody, and he's just making a fortune off of their profits, basically. This is where he built to Mary Jane, basically, at their apartment, basically just worrying about what's happening in, New York City. And, some of the Avengers, I'm guessing, are trying to get into the force field. It's not working. I'm guessing people like Thor aren't there to kind of break it, just, Thor's overpowered. It looks like you can see Iron Man and other heroes in this panel. And yeah, so Mary Jane's kind of worried. We go back to the action though, and people are getting murked, guys. I mean, this story arc really goes in. How some of his Rose Gallery is just getting killed off, and it's pretty sad. Spider-Man tries to save one of his friends called Gibbon, which is a type of like ape type dude. And yeah, so the battle continues on. I mean, they're fighting their heart out, trying to survive. Taskmaster and the Black Ant kind of they talk about how much they are making off of this deal. This is where Taskmaster betrays Black Ant because he is an animal-based rogues villain, and he leaves him there to be hunted. And was, he even told him that he had to make them pay him double because he really did care about the Black Ant. But he really wants to buy that beach house in Belize. So, that's Taskmaster. But we'll see later on that Taskmaster's trying to play both sides, it seems, so yeah. But yeah, so we're seeing that Kindred basically arrives, and he's taking care of Mary Jane, making sure no one attacks her while Peter is gone. So it's pretty weird, but I can't wait to see what Kindred is more about. They're slowly giving hints, I'm guessing, each arc until we get to the last remaining story arc, I'm guessing, but we'll see. Anyway, so we go back, and the ape dude that Spider-Man tried to save, Gibbon, he basically, is pleading for his life, and this is where the guy says that this isn't fun and that we're supposed to be hunting vicious animals, psycho killers and whatnot. This guy couldn't hurt a fly, but he doesn't care. The other dude, and he says, we're just gonna kill him and put him out of his misery, and they shoot him in the head while Gibbon cries for his life. It's a pretty sad scene. This leads us into a scene where Spider-Man arrives and sees what happens to Gibbon. Basically tries to find out what happened, but Gibbon basically got shot in such a way to where he couldn't talk anymore. And it just really hits you in the feels this moment, because Spider-Man really cared about this guy and saw a future where he wasn't a villain. I don't even think he was a villain at this point in time. He was just unfairly put in this cage, this force field, and now he's been killed. And yeah, he sheds his final tear and dies with Spider-Man in silence because he couldn't talk, and Spider-Man couldn't understand what he wanted to say. And it's just, man, you can, like, even though Spider-Man wears a mask, you just feel the emotion. And Gibbon's last words is that it's not too bad because at least no one's laughing at him. He's always been made fun of his whole life for looking like a monkey, basically. And man, yeah, this scene just like hits you hard. Especially me, like, I've never even knew about this character, but just seeing the way like he really tried to get out of there, and he didn't even want to fight the hunters, and he was killed as an innocent person, just really hits you. But we go into the Black Cat basically having an idea with the guard to get Billy out of there, and she basically puts her plan into action. So Craven basically talks to his son not understanding what Craven's end goal is, because he just wants Craven to get all the glory. He doesn't understand why Craven would give the hunters this opportunity to take what's rightfully his, but Craven just tells them to wait. So we get to see that Gibbon's dead, and it's just a sad scene. And we get to see that Spider-Man basically is taking his body somewhere, but this is where Spider-Man has to fight his way out. He has to leave Gibbon behind and survive this. So he fights against these hunters, and he's just going in basically. Eventually he gets to Rhino, and he tries to attack him, but this is where Rhino is stopped by the Vulture, basically telling him that they need Spider-Man. We get to see the Black Cat basically put her plan into action by getting the guard mauled by one of the animals, and this lets Black Cat get them out of the cage, and Billy to have to trust her to get them out of there. It's a pretty cool scene. You get to see that Taskmaster has brought the Lizard to Arcade, and it looks like things are getting a lot more serious because the Lizard seems to be a lot more savage right now. At least that's what it seems at this point. And we get to see that that one of the hunters basically tries to take on Spider-Man. He wants to kill him, and this is where Spider-Man just like loses control. He's running off of emotion right now because his friend just got killed, Gibbon didn't deserve to die, and now, so they want to kill Spider-Man, so he just starts, beating on this guy. But the Black Ant basically stops him and tells him that there's a lot more going on than what he understands, and that, these people are actually real people, that they can die even though they're not physically in the suits. This is where we get to see that Taskmaster is working with the Lizard in a way, and basically, is trying to get him to get to his son, because I guess the Lizard's paying something to him, or I don't know, I kind of forgot. But yeah, basically he's like double-crossed. He's playing both sides. I can't remember if he's helping him completely or not. But we can see that Billy and Black Cat are, finally getting an escape out, and this is where they're attacked. Kraven's son basically tells Kraven that he doesn't understand why Kraven is letting all this happen with the hunters, and that he feels like Kraven is actually getting weak, so he's gonna go out there and defend his father's honor himself. And we can see that Kraven's really weighing down on himself because he doesn't want his son to feel this way about him, but he's gonna stick to his plan. We get to see that the guards are basically attacking, well, not guards, the hunters are basically attacking the Black Cat, and he doesn't go through with killing Billy because he understands that he's just a kid. And he says this wasn't supposed to be the way things were with kids, being in here. He thought he was just going to be fighting super villains. So this is where we're shown that Kraven's son basically takes on the Lizard. And, this is where, the Kraven basically tells the Lizard that he's not using his full strength. He's not acting like a true animal because the Lizard has this chip that inhibits him from going berserk, basically. Which is pretty cool. We get to see that, Kraven's son basically leaves the Lizard on the ground. It says he's gonna go and kill his son. So pretty savage. I mean, Kraven's son really has no chill. We get to see that the guy that said that he wasn't gonna kill a kid basically is trying to get out of there, basically telling Arcade this isn't what he signed up for. And this is where Arcade reveals that the virtual link cannot be severed and that it stays with you. And this is where the supervillains basically attack this dude. I mean, they flat out they gang attack him basically, and they rip off his head. And one thing that the Black Ant reveals to Spider-Man, again, as I said earlier, is if you die in here, your machinery, it does something to your brain to kill you. And yeah, the dude's dead, and the people are freaking out because now they understand the stakes are not what they thought. And this is where Spider-Man is told, not told, but he kind of figures out that this is Kraven's plan. He wants all the hunters to die. He wants them to kill themselves, basically, because they have no chance to beat these supervillains if they work together. He wants everyone to kind of feel this pain. And yeah, so Kraven basically is called out by Spider-Man to show up. And yeah, this is where Kraven reveals that he actually has, these set of, I think they're called vermin or something. And yeah, it's a whole group of them, and they just flat out attack Spider-Man. They're ripping him to pieces, basically. And yeah, it's a pretty brutal scene. Now, after this, we get to see that one of the villains basically tells the Vulture, who is playing a sort of like a leader role in this, war with the hunters, basically tells him that there's been a ton of casualties on both sides. So that really, confirms to us that both sides are feeling damage, and a lot of the Rogues Gallery are basically dead. But Vulture basically just smiles and says the sacrifices must be made. We get to see that Kraven saves Spider-Man from dying from the vermin, pack. And this is where Kraven basically takes Spider-Man to kind of like heal him to get ready for the final battle. Now, Spider-Man is in like this type of chain around his neck, and basically is, wondering why Kraven left him alive. This is where we reveal to Kirk Connors, basically telling Spider-Man that this is all a plan by Kraven to see how far they will go to save the people they love, if they will kill if it's necessary. And this is, so we're basically seeing Kirk Connors basically telling Spider-Man that he understands what Billy understands, and that he's just a clone. He has the original soul of the original because of Doctor Strange, I'm guessing, by what they said in the story arc. But his body's a clone. He understands that they basically killed Kirk Connors killed his own son. He killed him. So this sort of reveals Kraven's son basically arriving to Black Cat and Billy, and basically is saying that he's gonna kill them, and that the Black Cat shouldn't tell him that she can protect him when she can't. Don't make promises he can't keep. A pretty savage line. Spider-Man basically is told by Kirk Connors he needs to take off the inhibitor chip so that he can go berserk and save his son. Spider-Man says that this could actually kill Kurt, or worse, it could kill Billy if he goes berserk and eats him again. But Kurt promises that he will control it, and Spider-Man takes the risk and rips it off of Kurt. And this is where we get this awesome scene with Kraven basically just smiling and saying that, he has passed the test, and now you are ready to face the Hunter, which is set to the final battle, which is epic. So Lizard just goes berserk, and he gets out of there as fast as possible. And with, Kraven's son basically trying to go on and attack Black Cat and Billy, Spider-Man says, rise, Kurt, basically, and Kurt just rises with his berserk state and just crashes through the building. This is where Kraven allows Spider-Man, right on cue, allows him, breaks the chain around his neck automatically, letting Spider-Man come on and face him, because now this table has been set for the final battle. And yeah, this is where Kraven reveals himself to Spider-Man basically outside and tells him that this was the test. And Spider-Man basically attacks Kraven, and their final battle begins, saying that, how many times have you killed this time, you psychopath? And yeah, and this is where Kraven says a very good monologue, basically, saying that Spider-Man is actually indirectly responsible for the deaths of all those soldiers, those guards that were outside guarding them, because the Lizard actually killed all of them. And this is where Spider-Man realizes that Kraven's kind of right. It is kind of on his hands for what happened with the Lizard and the guards. So, he's just his mind's just getting, completely warped. And Spider-Man just doesn't want to accept this. But, basically Kraven says to Arcade to tell Spider-Man his orders. And he basically tells Spider-Man that if he kills Kraven, he will deactivate the force field, and he will send his drones in to save Billy Connors and the Black Cat. Also, he will shut down the Hunter bots. So basically everyone will be saved as long as Spider-Man kills Kraven. And yeah, and he says, thank you. Now leave us, Kraven says to Arcade, so that they can have their final battle, and here we go. So basically, Spider-Man just says, you want to see strong, and he launches this awesome punch on Kraven, and then you just start going at it. Spider-Man just starts punching Kraven, just letting out his power. And when he's about to land the final blow, he realizes that he can't do this. He cannot give in to what Kraven wants. But after he decides this, he realizes that the slashes on the guards are not that of the Lizard, and that they're not completely brutally, mangled, but they were all cut, in a clean cut, around the neck or something like that, in a row. With a knife. So it was actually Kraven who did this and was setting Spider-Man up to kill him in the guise of the Lizard actually killing the guards. So this is where Spider-Man hates Kraven, as Kraven asks for what he's doing. It says that he wants him to watch what's about to happen. So Kraven's son and the Lizard finally meet up, and they go at it. And Kraven's son gets defeated by the Lizard, and the Lizard does not kill him. And this is where, he says that this is what makes us stronger, and this is why we'll never be the same. Spider-Man refuses to kill Kraven. The Lizard refuses to kill Kraven's son, and they're going to show them that that isn't what it means to be stronger. This is where Kraven basically laughs at Spider-Man, and he says, what's so funny? And he says, I finally understand, don't you see? I finally understand. This is where he tells Arcade basically to release the Hunter bots, and just let everybody go. And this is the end basically of the hunted part of the arc. And yeah, so all these people got very lucky. They didn't get murked by the supervillains, because they were really going at it both sides. And the Vulture says that he led them all to victory, which is a comedic moment. Yes, the Vulture's supposed to be kind of comedic character now in Ned Spencer's run, which is okay. I mean, he is kind of comedic, comedic character. This sort of reveals Kraven, and he tells Spider-Man to get out of here. And Spider-Man does mention that last time he left. That Kraven killed himself. He suicide of the story arc Kraven's Last Hunt, which I will cover on this channel hopefully in the next week, because I really do want to cover that after covering this again. Yeah, so basically Kraven promises that he won't hunt again, and this is where we're shown Kraven basically going to the coffin and laying down, I guess, his rifle and a note. And yeah, we see Spider-Man running, and this is where Spider-Man is shown to be going up against Kraven's son, and they start fighting, like really cool action scenes while we're getting flashbacks or being shown Kraven putting the note in the gun with the coffin. And yeah, so basically the fight is going on, and eventually Kraven's son comes out victorious. Basically we get to see Kraven at the end putting Spider-Man's outfit in the I don't think he's putting it in there, I think it was in there or something like that. Yeah, and then it's revealed whenever Kraven's son takes off the mask of Spider-Man that it was actually Kraven the Hunter, and he lets out a cry saying, "Father, no." And yeah, this is where we're shown the coffin with it now not having the Spider-Man black costume outfit, but now it has the gun and the note. And this note is actually a picture and a note, I'm guessing, with the picture showing Kraven with all his sons, showing that he really did care about all of them despite being proud of his one son. This leads to the end of the arc, basically with Kraven being put to rest by his son. His son kind of like goes into a huge fit of anger, just wants to destroy everything. We're shown that the Savage Six is created, I'm guessing, with the lights of the Scorpion, the Tarantula, the Vulture, the Rhino, the Triceratops looking dude, and this Serpent dude, I'm guessing. I don't know what those two are. Yeah, so that they're created. You just see that Billy Connors is reunited with his mom Martha, but Kurt kind of like lost his his humanity, I'm guessing, or he's gonna have to fight to control it now that the chip is gone. So I'm not sure if he trusts himself to be with his family now. So that was pretty emotional moment. You see Spider-Man arrives to see his wife MJ. I think they're married, not sure if they're married or not, they're just dating, but yeah, they're living together. But he arrives, sees that she's hurt, but it's revealed that she just slipped and fell and cut herself. And the arc pretty much ends with Spider-Man giving her a kiss, basically saying, Kendra basically saying, "I'm disappointed in you, Pete," showing that he still doesn't believe, I guess, in him or something. I don't know, it's pretty weird. And Kraven's son basically finds a note in the shotgun, and the note basically is just telling Kraven's son that he knew this was his fate. This is what it was all planned, basically, that he was gonna murder himself or get murdered by his son. That was like the ultimate honor for him, and he wants his son to continue on because he's ready now. He's proven himself that he needs to become and take on the Kravinoff name and become Cersei's, I believe is his name, and basically he is going to become the new Kraven the Hunter. He is Kraven the Hunter, as Kraven says, "You are Kraven the Hunter," and it says the hunt begins, and that's the end of the story arc. We have like this little extra after that with the chameleon revealing himself at Kraven's grave, basically saying that he's going to turn the whole world on its head. So I don't know. I mean, I have this theory, to be honest. I thought of it last night that maybe the chameleon is Ginger. Like I said, I'm not completely caught up with Spider-Man. I'm actually going through it once I get caught up to where I was at when I took my hiatus. But right now I'm not jumping into it until I get to the part I was on with these videos. So yeah, I really don't know who Kindred is. But I don't know, I have a theory it might be the chameleon, but please don't spoil me in the comments. But yeah, but let's talk about Hunted, guys. Welcome back, my students, to another episode of Comic Class. And in today's episode, we're taking a look at Nick Spencer's The Amazing Spider-Man Volume 5 behind the scenes. And yeah, this is part 5 of my Nick Spencer The Amazing Spider-Man run. And yeah, if you haven't already, go check out the other 4 videos that came before this. There'll be a link at the end of the video to go check out that playlist. And yeah, without further ado, let's jump right into this volume. Let's go. So this volume pretty much starts off with Peter and Mary Jane basically just enjoying each other after the events of the Hunted story arc that we covered a few days back. And yeah, so they're basically just enjoying their time together, talking about the events that had just happened in the previous volume, and it's pretty good, guys. So after this, we get to see that Mysterio is actually talking to some type of psychiatrist, and he's basically revealing all the stuff that he has done in his past, his different times fighting against Spider-Man. And this is basically like a character study on Mysterio, as the therapist basically tries to get him to admit that maybe he's just crazy and is imagining Kindred. This is where Kindred makes an appearance and shows himself to the therapist and Mysterio, with the therapist getting away. And Kindred isn't really happy with how everything has been going down. Mysterio kind of like bets for his life, but this isn't good enough, and Kindred basically kills Mysterio off in a pretty brutal fashion, with a smile, saying that he's sorry. And yeah, so after this happens, we get to see that Peter and Kindred must be linked somehow. So I'm really interested in who Kindred actually is. But Peter wakes up from a nightmare, and he says that this wasn't just some regular nightmare to Mary Jane, that he finally has the name of the person that has been kind of like torturing him, like with fear in that, and that is Kindred. So I think this is the first time we ever get to hear Kindred's name in one of the volumes, so this is pretty interesting. Now, after this, we get to see that the psychiatrist that was talking to Mysterio was actually the real Mysterio, and the Mysterio that we saw was actually the psychiatrist being tricked into thinking he was Mysterio. It's pretty cool. It's something you would think Mysterio would be able to do, just Mysterio's not dumb. There's times where he acts kind of stupid, but overall he is sometimes have his smart, brilliant moments, and Kindred realizes this and tells Mysterio that he's not happy that he has failed him many times. He even says, that he knows Mysterio's going to say, give me another chance. But after this, we can see that he hands Mysterio a sort of paper, like a script. So I'm guessing he's trying to get to Mary Jane. Mary Jane is an actress, so I'm thinking that's what's happening right here, but we'll see what happens in the next volume, if that plays out or not, this plot point. But yeah, so it's pretty interesting. So we move from that, and we just see that Peter actually went out to look for Doc Connors, basically Kurt Connors, the Lizard. And he's having to fight all these type of drones and machinery that Kurt Connors has set up to kind of keep himself at bay, just in case if he goes berserk as the Lizard again. And these machines do not play around. They're really giving Spider-Man a run for his money. After this, we get to see that Electro, the female Electro, basically arrives to where Mary Jane is at to do some type of gig, to be in like some type of play. And yeah, but before we dive more into that, we go back to Peter actually fighting more of Doc Connors' machinery, and this is where he's basically told by Spider-Man to stop and that it won't do any good. And Spider-Man just says that he's glad to see the Doc again. Now, before we go more into that, because this story kind of like moves back and forth, we get to see that Electro basically makes her appearance and is gonna keep everyone hostage to try to become more popular. Like she says, it's like the first live hostage, I guess, trying to make fun of social media, which is okay. So we get to see that she's basically putting up a show, and near the end of this whole fiasco, basically, Mary Jane dresses up as the Invisible Woman, because it's supposed to be like some type of Fantastic Four play, I think, or something like that. And she uses a type of water background set to kind of like drop it on Electro and kind of like spill all this water on her, and this kind of like short circuits her. So she's defeated by Mary Jane, which is pretty lame. I don't know why, but this whole volume is based off the female super villains, but they really do seem like cheap knockoffs of the originals. They really don't get anything done. But we'll talk about more of that when we get later on in the volume. So basically, Mary Jane has her moment. We go back to Peter and Doc Connors, which I believe is the meat of this part of the story, and they're basically having a discussion about where they should go from here, because Kurt Connors is scared that he's going to lose control again. That's why he's using these drones and stuff like that. So basically, Spider-Man tells him you need to call them off. You know, he can't hold them off forever because, I mean, they're just coming at him like a ton of them. So finally, Kirk Connors agrees with Spider-Man, and he uses Billy's birthday basically to, you know, deactivate all the machinery. And this is where Spider-Man puts Kirk Connors, he kind of like does surgery on him, I guess, with Kirk Connors' machinery. I mean, it's pretty weird. Like, it's pretty advanced stuff. I'm not sure if that's Kirk Connors' machinery, or is that Dr. Octopus's when he was in Spider-Man's body machinery, or is it Spider-Man's? I have no idea. The point is that Spider-Man puts the chip back in Kirk Connors so that he can control his animal side, his lizard side again. And this is where we get to see that Kirk Connors goes back to his family, and he's reunited with his son and wife. And this part of the story ends with Mysterio basically saying that he wants to work with Mary Jane, which leads me to believe that in a future volume we're going to get this confrontation with Mysterio, Mary Jane, and Peter Parker. But we'll see. After this, we go into the second half of the story arc, where we get to see that Electro is being sent to prison, and she's basically saved by the rogue gallery of the Syndicate, I think is what they call themselves. And yeah, it's a bunch of female supervillains that a lot of them are based off previous male supervillains in Spider-Man's Rogues Gallery that kind of like, I guess, took up the mantle. Because we do get to see like this female Dr. Octopus type girl. I'm definitely going to be searching up, you know, when she made her first appearance. So I want to learn more about this character and what exactly happened to Dr. Octopus. I mean, is he really gone forever? I just, he is one of Spider-Man's favorite, you know, villains, basically. You know, he's a very good villain. So, I mean, I didn't really like that. But, you know, overall, we go forward. We just see that Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, basically thinks he's getting a treasure trove. And it turns out that Boomerang, you know, tricked him once again. And he's pretty mad about it. And he says that he will get what's rightfully his and that he'll make him suffer. After this, we get to see that Electro is introduced to the Syndicate, basically. And they ask her, you know, where she wants to be in the Syndicate and what her plans are, what are her dreams, basically. So it seems like she's going to join them. After this, we get to see that the Boomerang, Peter, and Robbie Robinson basically are here at the place that was introduced in the last volume with Aunt May and Robbie. We're going to work on this community center, I guess, to help the people in New York. Yeah, and it's pretty cool. Now, this place gets attacked, and Peter saves Aunt May from getting killed. This place is pretty much attacked by the Syndicate, who are going to be the villains of the second half. And yeah, so they engage in a battle. Peter goes to, you know, get in his Spider-Man suit. And while this is happening, we get to see that Boomerang basically has to take on the Syndicate by himself for the meantime. Eventually, Spider-Man arrives with Boomerang, and he says that Spider-Man and Boomerang are finally teaming up. And they go in, and you know, it's a pretty cool fight scene. Eventually, Boomerang messes all this up though while they have the upper hand, and uses a type of a boomerang that has sleeping gas. So this actually knocks out Spider-Man and allows Boomerang to be captured by the Syndicate, which is crazy. But after this, we get to see that, you know, Robbie Robinson is actually dating the Beetle. And Spider-Man is not a fan of this, of course, but Robbie actually is not happy that the Beetle actually admits to kidnapping his friend Fred. So they kind of have like a falling out, and she leaves. Basically, you know, this is a pretty cool moment. Just again, it shows character development for Robbie Robinson, who isn't as important as Spider-Man or Fred / Boomerang, but they still gave him this development, which is, again, a sign that Nick Spencer is a really good writer. He makes everyone important in his story. We get to see that Wilson Fisk basically arrives to where the Syndicate is, you know, keeping Boomerang, and he says that he's gonna break the doors in and basically arrest all of them. So this is where Spider-Man arrives, and he takes on Wilson Fisk's people, because he knows that Wilson Fisk wants to kill the Boomerang, or at least capture him and then kill him. So he has to protect Boomerang, he has to fight against Wilson Fisk's people, and it's pretty awesome. This is already built to Boomerang telling the Beetle and everyone else that the Beetle kind of betrayed them, and that's why Wilson Fisk is there to capture all of them, and that she actually stole the idea from him. You know, the Beetle basically is going to try killing the Boomerang, but then the Boomerang hands her a note and says that, you know, it would be horrible for her to kill him, and that once she reads the note, she won't kill him. So basically, she reads it, and
agrees with the sentiment and basically tells everyone that they cannot kill the Boomerang, that he's too important. And this is where we get to see Spider-Man kind of getting overwhelmed by Wilson Fisk's people, because he knows that they're good guys as well. They're just doing their job because he is the mayor and they are police. So he's kind of pulling his punches, but this is where the syndicate shows up and basically attacks the police officer / Wilson Fisk's people and helps Spider-Man get Boomerang out of there, which is this leads to a pretty cool fight scene with Spider-Man saying that they're not allowed to kill anybody if they're gonna help him out, and basically says that he'll tell Robbie if she does kill somebody, which will pretty much end the relationship for sure. Robbie doesn't want her to be a supervillain, so it looks like that's gonna be her character arc, is learning to kind of let this go. But we'll see if that happens in the future of the story of Nick Spencer's run. But yeah, so that's basically what happens. They have this one final battle, and Spider-Man, saves the Boomerang and tells Boomerang that he needs to let him know what exactly it is that Wilson Fisk is after. Why would he go to such far lengths? Why would everyone care so much about him? This is where Boomerang says that he's going to have to sit down. That's going to be a long story because there's a lot to talk about. And I do think this gets revealed. I think I had read an issue where this is told to us, but we'll talk about it when it gets there. It doesn't happen in this volume. So they have that talk, and this is where we just see that the Beetle and the rest of the syndicate basically are captured by Wilson Fisk. They're heading to prison, and they get kind of like broken out and saved, but it doesn't say who's the one that did it, I think. So we get to see the very end of the story arc / volume where Robbie Robinson is greeted by this dude, this giant dude, and basically tells them, who he is. And basically he says that he's there to help them rebuild. And this is where Aunt May basically tells Robbie Robinson that they just got a donation by somebody and that is a lawyer and can help them rebuild and be better than ever. And that her name is Janice Lincoln. And this is, the Beetle's real identity, I'm guessing. And this is where Robbie, is asked by Aunt May if he's going to be available to have lunch with her. And he says that he just might be. And that's the end of the volume, basically with Robbie Robinson looking up and seeing the Beetle, kind of showing that she does regret, hurting him in the way that she did, and showing that she might actually change her ways. Welcome back, my students, to another episode of Comic Class, and today we're going to be looking at Nick Spencer's The Amazing Spider-Man Volume 6, Absolute Carnage. And yeah, this video isn't going to be very long, guys, because to be honest, the story in here is kind of like complicated and not in the good way. It's just all over the place. And yeah, I'm not really looking forward to covering this, but we're going to cover it because it is part of the run. And yeah, without further ado, guys, with that being said, let's get right into the video. Let's go. Carnage is a story that has like tie-in issues to the Absolute Carnage event that was, I guess, made for the Venom comic. And yeah, because of that, this volume really doesn't have any consistency, and it has some little like one-shot issues as well at the end with the Red Goblin and Norman Osborn. So I'm not covering everything in this volume because those extra things don't really have anything to do with Nick Spencer's run. I'm mainly just going to talk about the first issue and the two Absolute Carnage tie-in issues. So yeah, let's jump into that. So basically, the first issue basically focuses on Mary Jane and Peter's relationship, where they are at exactly in the story. And this is where we're told that Mysterio basically already got Mary Jane to agree to, that play that he was given by Kindred. So she's leaving New York City to go perform in this play. And it's really cool to see her and Peter interact with each other. It's always been a very good part of the story with Nick Spencer and having these two interact. So I did enjoy this part of the story. Now we get to see that Peter does talk to Aunt May about him wanting to propose to Mary Jane and just what that means to him and to her. And this is where, Aunt May basically gives him a ring to give to MJ. So now we get to see that, I guess, Teresa Parker, which is, I guess, his cousin and is an agent, arrives to help Aunt May. And I guess she's visiting them. And this is where she reveals that her partner, one of her agent partners, basically has been kidnapped by I think the Vulture or something like that. I think no, you know what? The Chameleon. The Chameleon is the one that kidnapped him. So she basically tells Spider-Man that she needs his help to go capture and defeat basically the Chameleon and to save her partners. So Spider-Man agrees to that hesitantly, but he does agree, because he has a responsibility of saving people. So we get to see that the Chameleon basically is talking to this agent called Albright, and yeah, basically he tells him that he wants something that only he knows, and despite what he does, he's gonna die anyway, but he wants to get this information out of this guy before he bites the dust. So yeah, whatever it is this guy knows, the Chameleon wants to know it, and we'll see if he does achieve it later on. So we get to see that Teresa and Peter Parker basically they arrive and they fight off these minions of the Chameleon who look like they're wearing hazmat suits, so that's pretty weird. But we get a really cool action scene, and we get to see what Mary Jane's doing at the same time with her friends, and it's just a really well done panels on this page. Now we get to see that Teresa does make it to Albright, but it's too late, and Spider-Man realizes that they're too late as well, and Albright is actually dead already. So Teresa basically wants to get revenge on the Chameleon for taking Albright's life, so that sucks. Basically, we zoom past that afterwards, and we get to see that Peter does apologize to Mary Jane for not seeing her off on the plane, and basically Mary Jane says she understands that's nice. He has to do things as Spider-Man, and that's just going to be part of their relationship. We do get a reveal that Peter was going to propose to Mary Jane before she left, but things got in the way, and he had to help, his cousin, so he wasn't able to do it. So looks like we'll get that marriage proposal in a later volume. So yeah, so basically we get to see, this is the second half of the story arc, basically. This little mini arc, I guess you could say, with Kindred visiting the cell of Norman Osborn. Now, apparently Kindred knows Norman Osborn, and it's like this big deal to him on who Norman is and their history together, so it really seems like they're putting some clues on who it could be. I have my theory that it might be Gwen Stacy from a different universe, but we'll see if that's the case in a later volume. So this is where we get a flashback to when Spider-Man first learned about the symbiote and basically merged with it to become the black-suited Spider-Man, and we're kind of diving into a modern time, basically what's happening at the current moment during this issue, with Spider-Man trying to protect Harry's son and also Eddie Brock's son from getting attacked by Norman Osborn, who's wearing the Carnage symbiote. If you feel like this is like a drastic change from what we were just talking about, it is, and that's exactly how it is done. This arc, I'm not editing it. That's why I was saying that it goes all over the place. There's really no way to know if this is a flashback or happening in modern day. I only know because I had to look up the synopsis online to understand what exactly was going on right here. So basically, Norman Osborn is in the Carnage symbiote suit and is trying to kill, Harry Osborn's son and Dylan Brock, which is Eddie Brock's son. And basically, yeah, him and Spider-Man basically go fist and cuffs, and they fight against each other for a battle for those kids, basically to protect or to kill. And the battle scene between Spider-Man and Norman Osborn / Carnage is awesome. Like, despite the story kind of like being lame and sucking, the action was really well done in this issues. And yeah, the fight was just amazing. You get to see Spider-Man get all bloody, trying his hardest to fight against the Carnage symbiote. Just Carnage is like ridiculously strong, that symbiote suit. We're revealed by Kindred that he really appreciates everything that Norman Osborn stands for. He just doesn't like what happened to him / her, I guess. Like, we don't know if it's a boy or girl. Yeah, so it's pretty awesome, but he does say that if he killed Norman, even though he really wants to, it wouldn't really be him, because he's kind of out of his mind right now. He wants him to be back to what he used to be before he kills them. So we get little hints that Kindred really wants to see Spider-Man and Norman Osborn kind of reunite as the Green Goblin. Well, we'll see. So basically, we get to see that Norman Osborn is still in, like this state where he's kind of still crazy. So I guess Kindred helps him by putting this like centipede inside of his ear. I don't know exactly what it's trying to accomplish, but Basically, this kind of like awakens Norman, it seems, or at least helps him kind of regain his mind. And we're kind of flashing forward from back to the past with the current Carnage attack on Spider-Man fighting, and eventually he's about to get Norman Osborn's grandson, basically. Well, you know, Norman's going to kill his own grandson and Dylan Brock. But this is where Spider-Man just unleashes all of his strength, and he knows that it's now or never. So they just go, again, fist and cuffs, and Spider-Man manages to pull out the win on Norman Osborn. So we get this really cool panel with Spider-Man on top of Norman Osborn with the Carnage symbiote basically being taken off his body, it seems, and it's just really cool. So basically, you know, Kindred starts making his leap, but this is where Norman kind of like shows that he's regaining his sanity, or at least whatever sanity he has left, and basically says that he has a message for Kindred, and that's that Norman Osborn really does feel that everything that he has done has had a purpose, and that he just wouldn't understand him, but he wants him to know that he is proud of what Kindred has become, showing that, you know, Norman actually knows Kindred's actual identity, which is crazy. So it has to be someone that the Norman knows, and there's really only two people I can think that this might be, being Dr. Octopus or Gwen Stacy, but we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong on both those counts. But yeah, and that's basically it for this whole tie-in, you know, Absolute Carnage tie-in issues. Welcome back, my students, to Comic Class, and in today's video we're going to be looking at Nick Spencer's The Amazing Spider-Man Volume 7, which covers the 2099 story arc. And yeah, guys, this is a pretty good volume. I really enjoyed it. I finished reading it last night, and I decided to work on this video for you guys and get it done as fast as possible. And yeah, so without further ado, guys, let's jump right into this story. Let's go. So, The Amazing Spider-Man Volume 7, the 2099 story arc, basically starts off with Miguel O'Hara, basically the Spider-Man of 2099, and it seems like he's been captured by some people, some type of corporation that are trying to study him on the Earth 616 universe, basically the main continuity of Spider-Man universe. Yeah, so this is pretty interesting. Now we get to see that the people that are studying him actually want to use his knowledge of the future to place patents to make themselves super rich, even more richer than what they already are in the future. So yeah, these guys are not playing around, and they have a huge plan to, you know, use and abuse Spider-Man of 2099's ability of knowing the future, because he comes from their future. So, you know, it's pretty cool. Now we go into more of the modern take on Spider-Man, and we learn that Peter is actually enjoying college life again, and basically is trying to interact with his fellow classmates. This is where we're introduced to different types of characters, and yeah, his classmates are actually really well done, have very cool personalities. We're introduced to this guy named Jamie, who actually has one of Peter's old gadgets, basically, that I guess he made before Dr. Octopus took over his body, and called a webware, I guess. And basically, Jamie reveals that it actually isn't working the way it's supposed to, and they uses it kind of as an alarm emergency system at the moment. So yeah, Jamie's going to be a pretty prominent character, I guess, going forward. So yeah, so after this, we get to see that Spider-Man and his cousin or sister, Teresa, I think it's his sister, basically, that we saw in the last story arc, they're actually working together yet again to try to take on the Chameleon for stopping him from doing a deal with the Foreigner. And this is where Spider-Man and Teresa basically show up, and they start taking on their goons and henchmen, and it's a pretty cool action scene. We get to see that, you know, the Foreigner has some jack-o'-lanterns, I think is what they're called. He basically has them and sets them on Teresa and Spider-Man. Now, eventually, Spider-Man and Teresa, they kind of split off, and Teresa takes on all these henchmen and trying to take on the Chameleon, while Spider-Man takes on the Foreigner one-on-one. I really enjoyed this part of the story because the way that they utilize like a no-panel type grid, I mean, it's pretty cool. It's like one splash page, but with a ton of action. Very unique. So whoever did the art for this issue definitely deserves some respect. It was a very unique take on the splash page format. Now, Spider-Man gets attacked from behind by Silver Sable, it seems, but we'll come back to that later. Now, we get to see, and we jump back to Miguel O'Hara, basically waking up from his type of coma, and he basically attacks the people that are trying to study him, basically. And he basically breaks out of his chamber, basically, and the equipment that they had around him, and makes his escape. But when he jumps out the window, he realizes that his powers aren't working the way that they're supposed to, and he crashes into a car down below. Now, after this, we get to see that these monsters that come from, I guess, Miguel O'Hara's timeline, that were their subjects of those people that were working on him, basically come and try to capture him again. So he engages in a fight with them while he's thinking about his girlfriend and child. Now, we jump back to Spider-Man and see that Spider-Man and the Silver Sable basically are in this deadlock. Basically, you know, she's thinking about taking his life. This is where Teresa shoots through the head of Silver Sable, revealing that she was just a robot, a replica. A pretty cool panel. After this, we get to see and get the explanation of why exactly Silver Sable was a robot. It turns out the real Silver Sable is dying from a type of incurable illness that only the Infinity Formula, which the Foreigner was going to get from the Chameleon, would actually kill her, though she would have to take it for her entire life, as Teresa said to her. Now, the Foreigner and Teresa basically get into it, and, you know, Silver Sable basically explains that she's a leader of a country, that she would gladly give up people's lives in order to protect her own, because of how important her life is to her people. So this leaves Spider-Man and Teresa to leave, and Teresa to tell Spider-Man that he has to choose who's going to do a deal with a Foreigner to save his friend's life, because him and Silver Sable are actually kind of friends. So we'll see what Spider-Man's going to do. Now we jump in forward, and we get to see that Spider-Man and Jamie basically are doing a presentation for their, school project, basically. And so we're introduced to a new type of creation that Jamie has worked on, calling it the Clarovent or something like that. And yeah, this basically is a type of board that tells you about the future, basically predicts the future for you. And he gives a little small demonstration on what Peter Parker was doing during the time that he was gone, and it was all correct. So it looks like there is a future for this project, and it will definitely be diving more into this later on in the art. Now we get to see the Chameleon use his abilities to shapeshift to kind of try to goad the people into attacking Dr. Doom's country. That's the big plan of the Countess that is hiring Chameleon, is that she wants to cause a civil war between her and the country of Dr. Doom. And this is where their Hitman basically, and I think his name actually is Hitman, basically locks onto Dr. Doom while he's trying to get out of his car. Now, before we go into the assassination attempt, we get to see that Spider-Man 2099 is basically saying that he has came back to try to stop this assassination, it seems, because this will lead Dr. Doom into becoming an overlord and not wanting to stop with just his country and basically try to take over the world. So it seems like that's the reason why Miguel O'Hara came back. Now we get to see that the Hitman basically has the lock on Dr. Doom once he exits his vehicle and basically gets shot down and assassinated. And it's a pretty big scene, and it seems like this is the end of Dr. Doom, even though we as the Raiders know that's not going to happen. It's revealed, as we predicted, that it was a Doombot, and that Spider-Man shows everybody and makes this funny quip about how Dr. Doom probably hasn't left his house for years, and that it's mainly just Hulu all day and all night. Thought that was a funny joke and gag. But it seems like Dr. Doom is not happy, and he's pretty pissed, and he's going to take it out on the people in New York until they give up who tried to assassinate him. So basically, Spider-Man and Miguel O'Hara finally meet up, and Miguel basically puts Spider-Man into this type of force field and tells him that it's his job to save the future, because without Spider-Man doing what he needs to do, Miguel O'Hara will cease to exist. And Miguel O'Hara leaves Spider-Man with a gift, with a giant explosion of energy, which powered up the Clarovent, basically. Now we get to see that Dr. Doom is basically taking over New York, and he's demanding them to give over the traitor to his country that tried to assassinate him. And all the heroes that are in New York at the moment are fighting off the Doombots and trying to save the city. Now Spider-Man and Teresa basically go off to try to find the Chameleon. Now the Chameleon is basically talking to the Countess and telling her that this wasn't part of the plan, and that his city was not supposed to be at war, and that war was on his own doorstep. Now this is where the Countess reveals that she actually sold the Chameleon out, and that Peter Parker and Teresa are on their way, and this is where they break in and basically kind of interrogate the Chameleon. Now, after this, the chameleon takes them to where the hitman is being placed, and he's actually dead. But it seems like there's something to do with the jackal backstory and the hitman, and that the hitman keeps getting like reincarnated or something like that. It's pretty hard to understand, but mainly you can't kill him forever. So basically, you know, after this is found out, we get to see that Teresa notices that Spider-Man's back is glowing, and he notices that the Claire event basically has been powered up by Miguel O'Hara, and that the gift he gave him was the ability to use the Claire event. Now, Spider-Man uses the Claire event to basically try to figure out how to take on Dr. Doom and stop him from taking over the city. And yeah, it's a really cool scene that shows all these different possibilities in the background. So Spider-Man basically goes into a simulation for every possible probability of if he can take on Dr. Doom and get him to stop attacking the city. And this leads us to a bunch of funny scenes that show different outcomes. And yeah, it's really cool to see and how they handle this as a comedy moment, but also trying to figure out how to move the plot forward. Eventually, Spider-Man takes on Dr. Doom, and he has one plan that it might work because it's only 51%. And yeah, Spider-Man is not a match for Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom is on a whole other power scale than Spider-Man. Spider-Man knows he can't be Dr. Doom. So basically, Spider-Man is about to get defeated by Dr. Doom when Spider-Man reveals that they actually betrayed Dr. Doom and that somebody's putting him up to attack in New York City to get everyone to team up against his own country and take him off the face of the map, basically. And yeah, this leads Dr. Doom to kind of like just let Spider-Man go and realizes that he has been tricked and that the person who tricked him must pay. But after this, the Doom Bots basically attack all these different monuments and special places in New York City that will take millions or billions of dollars to replace. And Spider-Man basically tells him what exactly is he doing, and this is where Dr. Doom blasts him back and says silence. That Doom answers to no man. But we'll find out why exactly this happened in a little bit. Now we jump and we see that Miguel O'Hara is actually alive and that he was not erased from the timeline, and he basically, I guess, was sent back or something to when his wife and kid were alive, or maybe they were saved. I have no idea. But it looks like he's going to be able to raise his kid with his girlfriend or wife, whatever she is. And yeah, that's a pretty happy ending for Miguel O'Hara. We get to see the Countess basically visit Silver Sable, telling her that everything went according to plan, and that she's actually the one that was controlling the Doom Bots with the weapon that Chameleon had provided for the Hitman. That when the Hitman actually assassinated the Doom Bot, he's basically putting something in its machinery that would let them tap into the Doomware hardware and basically control all the Doom Bots. But she knows that Dr. Doom would not admit that someone took control of his own creations, and that he would allow himself to be the enemy of everybody for attacking New York City in the way he did at the very end, destroying tons of their monuments and special possessions. Now, this is pretty cool. So it looks like, you know, the Countess basically saying that a war is going to come, and that she hopes Silver Sable will choose the right side and fight as well. So she leaves, and we get to see that Teresa basically is watching the Chameleon get interrogated, and the Chameleon basically just laughs and tells her that the fun's just getting started. And yeah, that's the end of the story arc. Now, real quick before we end it, I do want to mention what Peter Parker's ending was in this arc, in that it looks like he is going to be teaming up with Jamie to kind of like build the Claire event and make it, you know, way better than what it actually is, and give it a power source to actually be able to predict the future. And I don't think this is going to end well for Peter, of course, or Jamie, or maybe Jamie will turn evil, as we'll see in the next arc. But yeah, but it looks like Peter is going to be working with Jamie in the future. And, you know, the story is really picking up now with all these new side characters. Welcome back, my students, to another episode of Comic Class. And in today's video, we're going to be looking at Ned Spencer's The Amazing Spider-Man Volume 8, Threats and Menaces. And yeah, this was a pretty good volume, guys. And if you haven't already, go check out the previous 7 volumes. I have a video on each one in a playlist that will be at the end of this video, so go check that out when you're done with this one. Or if you haven't read them before, go watch those videos before you watch this one. But without further ado, guys, let's jump right into the story. Let's go. So the story pretty much starts off with Spider-Man taking on the crime of New York City and also taking on the monsters and criminals. And yeah, so Spider-Man is basically just doing his thing, and we get to see that while this is happening, J. Jonah Jameson is actually talking to Nora Winters, and basically is, taking this job offer that we saw him take in the last volume, where he's kind of like doing a podcast now. And yeah, he's kind of like just learning how things are done in a modern generation without the newspaper, and doing more of a podcast type news program. So that's really cool, and we get to see what's happening with other characters. Now, Spider-Man is taking on, like I said, the criminals of New York City, small-time criminals, and monsters. And it's just a really cool thing to see Spider-Man just doing regular crime fighting and not always fighting these super-powered villains all the time. It was really cool, and we get to see that Spider-Man's actually using the Claritin to basically predict, or at least know, where these crimes are going to be taking place. So he gets there before there can be any casualties or maximum damage, basically. And it's just a really cool intro scene to this volume, because we get to see Spider-Man do his day-to-day routine and how it's getting better with the use of the Claritin, and how it's improving his social life as well, because later on we get to see that Spider-Man's actually able to have some time with Mary Jane and FaceTiming her and just enjoying the show, watching the show together, which is really cool to see little moments like this that make the characters feel more human. Now, while this all happened, basically Kindred, we're seeing him again, and basically he's actually using his powers, or he's using some type of power to resurrect somebody, and this person gets revealed to be the Sin Eater. And yeah, the Sin Eater is actually a big Spider-Man character that I've really never read a story arc about, but I do know that he was a big deal in the original Spider-Man comics, probably from like 40 or 50 years ago. Yeah, so like the Sin Eater's, an amazing character that I personally have not been introduced to, so I'm looking forward to his story arc that's gonna come after this volume. And yeah, so basically Kindred has revived him. Now we get to see that Nora Winters basically is still trying to teach J. Jonah Jameson, how to work this type of business. And yeah, it's pretty cool. Now, while they're talking and having their discussion, it's shown on a TV screen that Spider-Man looks to be stealing something from a bank. And this has Nora tell Jameson that he should try to do a headline for them that would get Spider-Man to kind of like slander him. But J. Jonah Jameson says that he's not going to be doing that those days are before him. And basically he goes and he tries to find out what exactly is happening with Spider-Man. Now, Spider-Man basically did not steal a bank, and he's talking to Teresa, basically explaining the situation. And this is where we get to see that these type of criminals, these goons, are attacking Spider-Man. Now, while this is happening, we get to see that the Foreigner and Silver Sable make their appearance in the story yet again. And it's shown that Silver Sable is on her way to making a full recovery, but she's gonna have to take some time to get there. So the Foreigner tells her that he'll be right back, and the Foreigner actually heads to this place called the Palace, basically. And the Palace is run by Chance. Now, Chance is a villain that basically he uses like some type of weaponry, like it looks like some type of tech. But basically he's running this place where you place bets on heroes and the criminals and see who's gonna win and stuff like that, just a place to bet on. And this is where Chance tries to get the Foreigner to take a bet on Spider-Man. Now, Spider-Man gets saved by J. Jonah Jameson when the Chance basically, uses his drones to try to take on Spider-Man as well as goons. And Spider-Man basically has to fight them off. We get this cool action scene with a ton of different panels with Chance basically, enjoying what he was actually doing in these bets. And him and the Foreigner have a bet, and the Chance wins with the Foreigner losing out. So we get to see that Spider-Man is doing a podcast with J. Jonah Jameson, and it's looking out to be a hit. And yeah, and we'll come back to that in a little bit. So the Foreigner basically tells Chance that he cheated, and Chance basically says that he wants the Foreigner to do more bets with him. So the Foreigner comes up with this awesome plan to, outsmart Chance, in that he tells the entire assembly of, people gambling that Chance has agreed to try to take a web shooter off of Spider-Man, and that if he does achieve this, that the Foreigner will pay all of the gamblers' debts for tonight, which includes a lot of supervillains, as we can see in the background of this panel. So Chance basically is forced to go do this, and it's really cool. So we get to see that Spider-Man and J. Jonah Jameson are doing the podcast, And this is where Chance basically leaves the Foreigner, with the Foreigner giving Chance the location of where Spider-Man and Jonah are to go get the web shooter. And yeah, it looks like it's gonna be a good time for him. So basically, you know, J. Jonah Jameson and Spider-Man are kind of having an out for each other after they relive some of their past memories. And Chance makes an appearance and blows up some of the portion of the building to make his appearance. And yeah, it's a pretty cool panel when he arrives. Now, Chance wastes no time in trying to waste J. Jonah Jameson and the podcast crew, with Spider-Man having to intervene and stopping Chance. Now, Chance and Spider-Man basically have a fight hand to hand, with weaponry not really helping Chance that much. Now, Chance basically tells Spider-Man that he wants to lose, that way the Foreigner doesn't win his bet. But Spider-Man basically punches Chance, basically kind of like helping him out. But this is where it's revealed that the Foreigner already knew that Chance was going to get out of this. So he sent the jack-o'-lanterns that we saw in the last volume to attack Spider-Man and get one of the web shooters and hand it to Chance, confirming victory for the Foreigner's bet. And yeah, it's pretty funny. Just Chance says that he can give it back and gets sent away with the jack-o'-lanterns, basically taking him back to the Foreigner and his the palace, basically. So Spider-Man and Jonah basically have a laugh and they continue their podcast. So Spider-Man was going to go after them, but decided to keep his responsibility after Jonah pointed out that he was going to run away again. So Spider-Man, for once, actually stays with his promise, and he puts the responsibility of himself with J. Jonah Jameson, and they continue their podcast, and it gets huge ratings. Now, Chance basically arrives back to where the Foreigner and the palace is, and he says that he hates everybody, but the Foreigner basically says that him and Chance are going to form a partnership now, that he sees great potential in Chance and what this place can do. And yeah, it's pretty cool. Now, Peter basically arrives back in his apartment, where Robbie Robinson basically tells him that his ex-girlfriend is actually there. And yeah, so Peter looks like he gets offered a job by Nora, basically telling him that he wants him to interview Spider-Man, which we know is impossible. So that looks like it's going to be a funny, a little story plot point that we'll see probably in the next volume. But we'll see. So after this, we get to see that there's a dude that is betting in the palace that is just on a row. As they say, it's an unbelievable another win, that's 8 in a row. And this is where we're revealed to Jamie, and that he's calling himself the Clairvoyant, and basically is using the Clairvoyant to basically predict all these bet outcomes. And yeah, so it looks like Jamie is not a good dude. He's not using the Clairvoyant for good purposes. So we'll see what Jamie becomes, if he becomes a super villain or not. We'll see. So Nora basically is on the phone while she's heading back home, and it's revealed that she is in cahoots with the Chameleon, basically telling her that she better, you know, get the stuff that she needs to get done, or there will be consequences. So this leads us to the last part of this volume, where we're introduced to Spider-Man and the Boomerang working together, basically fighting off these vermin, and we're revealed to the Lifeline tablet, I think is what it's called. Basically, it's this source of this relic that basically can give someone like unlimited power. And Boomerang, and it has to protect it. Basically, he was given the tablet basically to protect. So from this old dude, this like missed it. So yeah, so Boomerang basically tells Spider-Man we have to do whatever we can to basically protect this thing. So Spider-Man and these vermin and Boomerang are fighting each other, and this is where Cog makes his appearance. Now, Cog is an old Spider-Man villain, and it's shown in flashback in here when he was actually defeated in the last scene by Spider-Man. But yeah, so God basically takes on Boomerang and Spider-Man, trying to protect his piece of the tablet. And yeah, so we get a flashback with God and his relationship with this alien boy, and what exactly their life entailed. And basically, it's revealed that the boy actually died in battle when Dodd was sent away, and came back and saw him dead, basically. Now, Dodd was sent back to Earth, basically with a piece of the tablet, or maybe all the tablet, to basically protect it no matter what, and make sure it doesn't fall in the wrong hands, because that's what happened in their alien planet. So Dodd basically is trying to stop Spider-Man and Boomerang from getting it. Now, Boomerang takes the piece of the tablet that he has, basically zooms up into the city and leaves the sewers. And this is a bad idea, as Spider-Man says, because this leads God right into the city. So Spider-Man has to kind of like try to protect all these different civilians and people, and it's a pretty cool, saving scene, rescue scene. And yeah, so God gets attacked by the Kingpin and his men, the military as well. And Spider-Man basically webs, Kingpin's mouth, basically tells him that he appreciates the offer, but he thinks he got this. And yeah, so he takes out some of the helicopter planes, made sure he doesn't kill anybody, of course. He's Spider-Man, he's a hero. And he comes up with this idea because apparently, I think they said Hank Pym basically put some particles in God to make it to where he can actually miniaturize himself. So he basically uses a boomerang to, with boomerang, basically tells him, shoot one of your boomerangs into one of these trailers. And this basically will make God force himself to go small to capture it. And this plan actually works. And what happens basically is that Spider-Man and Boomerang, they realize that God can't just be out in the open by himself, so they decide to adopt him and make him part of their household. So it looks like God's gonna be part of the main cast from now on. Now Jamie actually helped Spider-Man / Peter Parker in creating a prohibitor collar, basically. That way the Pym particles can't size him up again. And yeah, so he has a collar that basically stops him. So he has like a pet collar that stops him from actually going giant again, which is really cool. And it looks like Jamie again is shown that he's a very smart dude. So I wonder if he really is going to become a villain. So at the end of the story, basically it's shown that God had this boy that he loved, and basically he died. He was hoping to have that again someday, and it looks like he has found that with Peter Parker, and that's how Volume 7, Threats and Menaces ends. Welcome back, my students, to another episode of Comic Class, and today, guys, we're going to be looking at Ned Spencer's The Amazing Spider-Man Volume 9, Sins Rising. And yeah, guys, I was looking really forward to making this video for you guys. The Sins Rising is an amazing story arc / volume, and yeah, without further ado, guys, let's get right into the story. Let's go. So the story pretty much starts off with this character called Carly, who actually used to date Spider-Man, and yeah, we get to learn a little bit about her backstory and how she looked up to her father, who was a police officer. And yeah, it's pretty cool. Now we get to see that Carly reminisces about her relationship with Peter, but also reveals that her father, who she thought had died in the line of duty or in some type of car crash, basically did not die and kind of like faked his death and basically worked with Mysterio. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. So we can learn a little bit about this character when she's introduced to this story. Now we get to see that Peter Parker actually is at a sort of like a play, like a musical. And yeah, it's pretty cool. Originally he was gonna go on a date with MJ, but she ends up canceling on him. And it's just a really cool development for his character. So after he gets done with the play, he actually heads out to head back home and basically saves this dude from getting run over by this car. Now it turns out that the guy is basically a guy called Overdrive, and basically has the ability to touch cars, I guess, and turn them into this type of super vehicle. And yeah, so Spider-Man basically chases after Overdrive, trying to get him to slow down and not hit people. And this is where Overdrive basically tells him that he's not trying to hurt anybody, and he's actually trying to get away from somebody that is chasing him. So Spider-Man basically realizes that, Overdrive is not lying about this, and it's revealed that Overdrive is being chased by a dude named the Sin Eater, who had gotten revived in the last volume. So yeah, so basically the Sin Eater unleashes one of his guns on Overdrive, and Spider-Man quickly grabs these two kids from getting caught in the blast and saves them, but looks back to see that Overdrive's vehicle is completely destroyed. Now Spider-Man thankfully was able to save Overdrive from being blown up in the vehicle, and they head into this like abandoned building, basically this type of place where people park cars, like parking lot. And yeah, so basically the Sin Eater arrives and basically tells Spider-Man to move over and let him kill Overdrive for his sins, apparently to cleanse him. So Spider-Man and the Sin Eater basically attack each other, they start fighting, and yeah, it's pretty cool to see them go at it with each other. Eventually, Overdrive gets shot down by the Sin Eater, and it's a really brutal panel, guys. The Sin Eater basically tells Spider-Man that he has freed the Overdrive from his sins, that he has cleansed him, and that what he did was a kindness. And he does reveal to Spider-Man that he does not plan on killing Spider-Man, because someone else wants to do that himself. So this is possibly and most likely Kindred that he is talking about. Now Spider-Man basically realizes that Kindred has to be behind all of this, and he heads out doing his thing. Now back to, you know, the morgue or wherever, it turns out that Carly, who is kind of like a forensic scientist, it seems, basically sees Overdrive wake up and he's alive, and Overdrive has no idea where he is or what exactly has happened to him. Now after this, we get to see that this group of supervillains basically attack this auditorium of people, and it's pretty, you know, crazy. Spider-Man's taking on all of these villains at once, and we get a lot of cool action panels, but eventually the Sin Eater arrives to take on these supervillains and kill them. So he basically realizes, Spider-Man realizes that Sin Eater, not only is he killing people, but he's actually absorbing their powers and is able to utilize them for himself, something the Sin Eater wasn't able to do beforehand. And so yeah, so it basically uses one of the abilities of the people he just killed and cleansed to kind of like turn Spider-Man into stone. It makes him watch as he kills the other few members. And yeah, finally gets to the leader of the group and basically just kills him without mercy. It's a pretty savage moment. And Spider-Man, thinking that the people were gonna like just, you know, be disgusted by what they just saw, basically see them clapping and realizing that there's a lot of bad people in this world and they really don't want true justice. So yeah, it's a pretty messed up scene. Now we get to see with Nora Winters that basically she goes to see the inmates at Ravencroft and see these people that were just killed and brought back to life by the Sin Eater, and basically see that they are completely not evil anymore. They don't show any signs of their former selves, that they're completely model citizens, which is just very weird. Now Norman Osborn is shown to be completely sane, and he was freed from his cell from Ravencroft, and Nora does mention this. Now Norman offers her a chance to talk to the patients in exchange for having two of his guards watch over her, and it's pretty awesome to see Norman in the story again in a more vital role, and we'll definitely see him in a way more vital role in the next volume. So yeah, so we get to see that Spider-Man basically is contemplating about what just happened with the Sin Eater and if his ways are actually right, and what can he do when the people of the city are actually agree with what the Sin Eater is doing. So after this, we get to see that Spider-Man talks to Overdrive, or at least tries to talk to him while he's unconscious, and basically tells Carly that he just doesn't know what he should do. And basically Nora Winters is shown in a car with the Sin Eater, basically kind of surprising her. She takes a shot at his chest, and this does not kill the Sin Eater, which kind of surprised me. He does take the bullet out with one of the powers that he stole, and he basically says that he wants to talk to the people. And Nora basically shows Jonah Jameson basically things that the Sin Eater was talking about. And the Sin Eater basically broadcasts this to New York City, basically telling them that he wants to create a world without sin, and that he wants their help, so anyone that wants to join him, to come join him. Now Spider-Man basically has this discussion with Carly, and basically Carly tells him that maybe he has too much faith in people, that some people probably are just evil. Which brings up a really good moral question for this story arc and volume. Now, the Sin Eater basically amasses a huge army of people that are like-minded to him. So the Sin Eater basically amasses a huge army that is like-minded to him and his goals. And yeah, it's a really cool scene to see all these people come up to the Sin Eater wanting their own mask and their purpose to take on the evil of the city. Of course, this turns out to be people just going off and killing people that don't agree with them. And it sounds good at first, but reveals itself as being pretty evil and taken completely the wrong way. Or maybe this is what the Sin Eater wanted, I have no idea. But yeah, so Spider-Man basically sneaks into their hideout and attacks the Sin Eater before he can cleanse another one of his people that is actually hooded. So there is theories and speculation that this could be a character that we know from the actual main Spider-Man series of Nick Spencer's The Amazing Spider-Man. So we'll see if that gets revealed later on. But yeah, so Spider-Man takes on the Sin Eater with all of his different powers, and very quickly Spider-Man realizes that he's kind of outmatched with all these different powers the Sin Eater has. And yeah, it's a really cool fight scene. We get a lot of cool action panels showing off the Sin Eater's abilities and his cronies. And yeah, so while Spider-Man's having this fight, basically the whole prison is erupting into chaos, and basically one of the main dude from that supervillain group basically tells Norman Osborn, who is listening on the surveillance cameras, that he's coming for you, and do you hear his message? He comes for you, Norman Osborn. And we get to see Norman Osborn with the silhouette of the Green Goblin, hinting that he will don his Green Goblin costume in the next volume, which, spoiler alert, he does. And it's really awesome. I can't wait to talk about it. And yeah, that's the end of volume 9, Sins Rising. And yeah,
welcome back, my students, to another episode of Comic Class, and in today's video, guys, we're going to be taking a look at Nick Spencer's The Amazing Spider-Man Volume 10. Now, I will only be covering the chapters that are regarding the Return of the Green Goblin story arc. I'm not going to be talking about the other two issues that are included in this book, because they're kind of like their own little mini theme, like mini stories. There's about like 3 of them, I think, but we're not going to be talking about those. We're mainly just going to talk about the main content of this volume, and yeah, that regards the story by Nick Spencer. Without further ado, guys, let's jump right into the video. So the story pretty much starts off with Spider-Man taking on the henchmen of the Sin Eater, the people that he gave powers to in the last volume. Now, while Spider-Man's doing this, basically we get to see that the Sin Eater basically had the Juggernaut placed in a vault in Ravencroft, and basically has taken a shot at his chest to take his power and make it his own. As we saw in the last volume, the Sin Eater has been given this ability to kind of take whoever's ability that he has just killed, kind of like Mega Man from the Mega Man game series. But yeah, so after this, we get to see that Spider-Man is getting overwhelmed by how many people he's having to take on at once, and this leads him to let Norman Osborn actually get to his Goblin Serum and basically become the Green Goblin once again. And yeah, it's a really cool scene. Seeing Spider-Man and the Green Goblin taking on the henchmen of the Sin Eater. Now, while this is happening, basically, the Green Goblin, acts in character and basically is going to kill one of the Sin Eater's henchmen whenever Spider-Man tells him to stop. Basically, Green Goblin uses one of his pumpkin bombs to basically try to disintegrate one of the henchmen, and this has shown that they're actually getting regeneration. So it's kind of hard to say what exactly is happening to his henchmen, if they're even really human anymore, but I'm pretty sure that will get revealed sometime in the future. Now, after this, we get to see that while they're taking on basically the Sin Eater's henchmen, that the Order of the Web, basically Spider-Man's teammates, they're basically debating on what they should do, and they should step in to save Spider-Man from his future fate, which is something that they can see happening in a vision, but they don't know exactly what they're going to do at this moment, and they're deciding to wait it out and see what happens. Now, after this, we get to see that the Sin Eater basically reveals himself and shows that he has actually absorbed the power of the Juggernaut, and basically has become like a Juggernaut version of the Sin Eater. He's a very huge dude. You can see the difference in their size based off the gun that he's holding, and yeah, it looks pretty small in comparison to how he used to. Now, after this, we get to see that Spider-Man and the Green Goblin basically team up to fight against this Juggernaut version of the Sin Eater. And they basically give everything they have towards him in a physical confrontation, trying to use their physical strength, because the Green Goblin is actually pretty strong as well due to the Goblin formula. And yeah, but nothing they do kind of has any effect on the Sin Eater Juggernaut. And basically this leads the Green Goblin and Spider-Man to take him on with all different types of artillery that Norman had planted into Ravencroft. This leads the whole building to come crashing down, at least part of it. Now, Spider-Man and the Green Goblin basically are taking on the Juggernaut Sin Eater, and basically are trying just different tactics, but they aren't really working well together. Eventually, Spider-Man brings down the entire portion of the building that they're under, and basically tries to crush the Sin Eater. This is where we're shown the Order of the Web basically still talking about what exactly they're going to need to do with Gwen Stacy, basically saying that Spider-Man talked to her beforehand and doesn't know exactly what action they should take, and that she does want them to do one more vote to see if they should help Spider-Man out or not, or wait it out. But this is where we get to see the Green Goblin basically saves Spider-Man, gets him out from under the rubble, and shows him that, he too can show compassion in some sort of way, and yeah, that now their debt has been paid. Because Spider-Man actually saved Norman in a long story arc from a long time ago, whenever he had first became the Green Goblin. So yeah, we got to see a little throwback to that. After this, we get to see that Norman and Spider-Man basically arrived at some type of underground base that Norman had created. This is where they take on the Sin Eater once again, and it's a really cool fight scene where we get to see Spider-Man and the Green Goblin actually learning how to work together. And eventually they have this really cool scene where Spider-Man uses one of the Goblin's pumpkin bombs, puts them all together to make some type of giant explosion. But none of it's really going to take down the power of the Juggernaut. So Spider-Man comes up with this plan to liquefy the ground, and basically has Norman use the technology that he has created to do this feat. So Norman actually does manage to pull it off, and the ground underneath Spider-Man and the Juggernaut Sin Eater basically liquefies and buries him basically under the liquid. Spider-Man basically is getting buried as well, and he asks Norman for help. So Norman reveals that he's double-crossing him, basically says he's going to kill Spider-Man. But before he can do so, Gwen Stacy and the rest of the Order of the Web show up, and they save Spider-Man and basically bring the Green Goblin in with them to take him to jail. Now, we get to see the Green Goblin and Spider-Man having their interaction, and basically the Green Goblin talking to Gwen Stacy, and he even states to Spider-Man that he's actually going to kill this version of Gwen again just for the fun of it, and because he wants to take out all of these people that Spider-Man has learned to love and know. So it's really cool to see the Green Goblin is still the character that we all know and love. And hopefully we get to see him do some pretty messed up stuff in the future. But this leads Spider-Man to kind of lose control and open the port of the vehicle and basically knock and punch Norman out into the liquefied goo, and basically leaving him there to die from the Sin Eater when the Sin Eater comes out of the liquid himself. But we'll see what happens and what the fate of the Green Goblin is in the next volume, Last Remains. But yeah, so basically Spider-Man, Spider-Man tells him that what did he do, that he just made the same choice, even though Spider-Man says he made a different choice. It's all going to lead to the same path, and we'll see what happens in The Last Remains. After this, we get the final panel in the story arc / volume, with Kindred basically saying that they never stay buried, the people that died because of Spider-Man. And yeah, this gives us a little clue that the person Kindred is possibly someone that had died in the past. And yeah, welcome back, my students, to another episode of Comic Class. And in today's video, guys, we're going to be looking at Nick Spencer's The Amazing Spider-Man Volume 11, The Last Remains story arc. And yeah, guys, The Last Remains is currently the most current arc in the series that has been completed. Right now we are in the post-mortem issue, so once that story finishes I will have the review out of that complete story, but until then we're going to be covering the Last Remains story arc today. And yeah, without further ado, guys, let's jump right into the story. Let's go. So the Last Remains story arc pretty much starts off with Kindred, where we left off on the last volume, with Kindred basically in this type of graveyard, and it turns out that he's here to pick up the body of Gwen Stacy's dead, Captain Stacy. Now after this, we get to see that Spider-Man has been going around all of the city, basically kind of like beat up and bruised, and kind of dealing with the after effects of what happened with the Sin Eater's followers and the whole Sin Eater incident, as well as Norman Osborn, kind of like throwing him to the wolves at the end of the last volume. And yeah, so we get to see Norman Norman Osborn actually interacting with the Sin Eater, who has finally gone back to normal and isn't the Juggernaut version of himself that he was in the last volume. And yeah, basically what happens is that Norman Osborn basically says that he doesn't want the Sin Eater to, cleanse him, and that he wants him to work with them to take on Kindred. But it turns out eventually, after a few talks with the Sin Eater, Norman kind of shows how crazy he is by picking up his mask, telling the Sin Eater to do what he needs to do. And the Sin Eater basically cleanses Norman and killing him. Now, we get to see that Spider-Man basically arrives at the house or the mansion of Doctor Strange, kind of like seeking his help for what he should do about Kindred, and we'll come back to that in a little bit. So Kindred arrives to the Sin Eater and Norman, and basically the Sin Eater is happy that he has cleansed Norman. He's expecting to be rewarded by Kindred, basically. But Kindred basically tells the Sin Eater that what did he expect to happen, that all the sins of these people eventually will come back to kill him, and that's exactly what happened, and it's a pretty messed up scene. We get to see that in the last volume, that Spider-Man and his group of, the Web of the Order, or Order of the Web, I think is what they're calling themselves, basically are infected with these sins that the Sin Eater had, collected, and they pretty much go corrupt. So Spider-Man, we get to see, is back with Doctor Strange, and he's kind of like going through his memories, trying to figure out what exactly has happened. He's trying to heal Spider-Man, it seems. Now we get to see Spider-Man basically tell Doctor Strange that he really screwed up big time, and that his whole family of spider people are basically infected, and yeah, it's pretty messed up. So one of the affected spider people, basically, I think her name is Silk, arrives to take on Doctor Strange and Spider-Man, and yeah. So we just see that Kindred basically has dug up the bodies of all the people that Spider-Man has known and loved, and basically has put them at this table. Kind of reminiscent of another scene from a different comic, but I'll mention that in a little bit. So you just see that Norman Osborn basically is talking to Dr. Kafka, basically, who is, I guess, a doctor at Ravencroft institution, and yeah, probably knows Norman, basically has taught to him in the institution as a patient. It's just, we get to see Norman basically telling her that he has to go with the authorities to find his son, and that his son is actually Kindred. So it's revealed at the very end of this first issue of the story arc that Norman Osborn's son, Harry Osborn, is indeed Kindred, which was a really nice reveal. So we get to see that Silk basically takes on Spider-Man and Doctor Strange. Silk is a pretty strong fighter. She basically, as Spider-Man says, is a pretty good hand-to-hand fighter and can kind of take him on one-on-one in a normal sense, but with this rage-filled Sin Eater infection that they have, it basically has made her more powerful, so he really doesn't know what he's going to have to do. And eventually, it looks like Silk basically gets attacked by Doctor Strange. He uses some type of spell, and before this even happens, Silk basically mentions that Spider-Man is hiding something for Doctor Strange about Kindred. And yeah, so Spider-Man has to come clean after they defeat Silk with Doctor Strange's spells and basically free her from her infection, it seems. This is where Spider-Man, like I said, has to reveal everything to Doctor Strange. So Doctor Strange says that he'll help Spider-Man. He gives him some type of glove to send him to an astral plane to find out where Kindred is. But while this is all going on, Doctor Strange sees something off about Spider-Man in his past, and basically tells him that he cannot help him on his quest anymore, and basically sends Spider-Man out of the mansion into the gutters outside. So this is where Spider-Man goes with his backup plan to basically use the Black Cat to steal the glove from Doctor Strange's mansion, which she was actually able to do. Whenever Spider-Man had went in with Doctor Strange, he actually hired the Black Cat to help him to kind of, capture this, device, so that way Spider-Man can use it. So Spider-Man uses it, basically gets flung into some type of astral plane, which is very weird. Now, at the end, we get to see that Spider-Man basically arrives where Kindred is at, and basically sees all of the people that he's known and loved sitting there at the table, reminiscent of a Death in the Family, I think, or Death in the Family story arc from the 2011 Batman run. I mean, this looked very similar to the Joker. We can capture the Bat Family. For anyone that's ever seen that scene, this is what it really reminded me of. So I wonder if Spencer's a fan of that comic for, kind of replicating it with Spider-Man. Now, we just see that Kindred basically is taunting Spider-Man, and Spider-Man, while he's listening to Kindred taunt, realizes that all these people he actually knows, and at the very end it's revealed that Kindred has actually dug up Uncle Ben, which means that he knows everything about Spider-Man. He knows everything even from his history as Peter Parker. I mean, that would be the only way for him to know that Uncle Ben was actually a part of Spider-Man's family. I mean, he even mentions it in his dialogue that because we're family. So he does know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. And yeah, so Spider-Man does not take lightly to what Kindred has done. It basically punches Kindred, and Kindred fights back pretty goodly. You know, he basically, you know, beats up Spider-Man, and we get a really cool action sequence with a ton of different panels, with this really cool unique panel, this giant panel with just different poses and action shots in a row, very reminiscent of the beginning of comic books. If anyone has ever studied the origin of comics, there's comics that look very similar to this type of format, so that was a really nice nod to the OG comics of the beginning. But we'll see. Now we get to see that Spider-Man punches a hole through Kindred, and this is where Kindred basically kind of loses control and just takes on Spider-Man full force and knocks him outside. Now while he's outside, he gets to see that his spider family has been infected by the Sin Eater virus, basically, whatever this thing is, this rage. And the Gwen Stacy person basically is going to throw down Miles Morales, killing him in the same way that they killed Gwen Stacy, Green Goblin. And yeah, so when Green Goblin did that, this is very reminiscent of this. So Spider-Man basically tells Kindred that he'll sacrifice himself and to kill him instead in exchange for freeing all of his friends, basically from being controlled by this virus. And Kindred accepts and gets the virus out of all the Spider family, the Order of the Web. And at the end, we get to see that he snaps Peter's neck. This leads us to Peter having a flashback of Harry Osborn basically showing up, and basically, you know, shows off his girlfriend, and at the same time is just enjoying a party. This is where we're shown that Kindred is actually looking at Peter Parker while he's sleeping, and basically we're seeing that Peter's dream that he's having is actually connected to Kindred, it seems, and he's finally piecing together that Kindred is actually Harry Osborn. And basically Kindred wakes up, you know, Peter. Basically he uses some type of power to resurrect him into the world of the living again, because he had killed Spider-Man with the neck break. This is where Kindred basically reveals himself finally to Peter Parker as Harry Osborn. And yeah, it's a pretty good reveal to the hero, and this is where this leads into their final fight. And they basically, like, you know, they just go at it. But basically we get to see some really cool dialogue with Harry stating that Peter is the reason why everyone dies that has actually died so far because of Spider-Man. So, you know, he's not fighting, he says, because he hates Spider-Man, but he's trying to protect the people in the future for losing their lives for him, basically. So Spider-Man basically tells Harry that he's going to take him on, and he's going to attack him and beat him and trying to win the day. Now, I did have a problem with Peter's dialogue here, and I'm not blaming Spencer, but it's just very hard to believe that Peter would be this messed up, you know, kind of like calling Harry out for having daddy issues and stuff like that. Considering he knows that Harry is unstable and that he actually did have a pretty rough childhood, and actually saw it firsthand on what Norman was like, and that Norman actually dealt with his own mental issues. And, you know, with Harry, he actually had that type of drug abuse storyline going on in the old school comics. So it just seems pretty messed up that Peter would say something like that. I mean, it's pretty obvious that he does know about Harry's past, because we did get a flashback showing him younger. So I don't know. I mean, it just felt really off that while they're having this huge fight, that Spider-Man is actually making fun of Harry. But it could be a sense of trying to keep his calm and not let fear take over, because Harry's really strong at this point with this new set of powers. And yeah, so basically Peter says that, you know, Kindred basically wants him dead, and this is where, you know, Harry basically says that that's not the point of what he's doing. So this is where we get the most brutal part in this whole arc, where Harry grabs a stone and basically smashes Peter's head in with his super strength. I mean, Spider-Man is very durable, so you have to assume that Harry in this new form of Kindred is so strong that he was able to bash Spider-Man's head in. And this leads us, like I said, to the darkest part of the story arc, where
Kindred / Harry Osborn uses the power of resurrection to keep killing Spider-Man in different ways and then bring him back to life just to do it all over again and have him feel what it's like to be revived from death multiple times. Kind of like it's like a play on the trope of comics with heroes coming back to life, but in a brutal sense. And yeah, so finally after he's done bringing him back and back and back, we get to see that Spider-Man's looking at these type of portraits that show, I guess, what's happening in the real world. This is where we're showing his spider family basically about to get attacked by the Sin Eater. Now, I don't know how the Sin Eater is there, because it was implied that he was destroyed by the sins of the people he took earlier by Kindred, but maybe this is a different person, I have no idea. So basically, we also get to learn that Morlun might be back as well, and the Sin Eater might have taken his ability by, kind of like shooting him and cleansing him. So we'll see what happens with Morlun. But at the very end, we get to see that Mary Jane is heading to the area to where Kindred and Peter are, and this is leading us into the final act of the arc. Now, Spider-Man with the rest of his Spider family probably are sitting down at the table that Harry had set up, and basically this is where we get our final portion of the story, with Mary Jane arriving, basically telling Harry that she knows it's him, and that, Harry wants to have this moment together to kind of like just bring things back together and to talk like friends like they used to. But this gets Spider-Man angry, and he punches Kindred, basically telling him to get away from her. And this leads Spider-Man to do one of the greatest feats I think I've ever seen Spider-Man do, especially in Nick Spencer's run. He hits Harry so hard that he bashes his face in and makes a complete hole in his face. I mean, you have to remember, this is a mask, so that hole that goes all the way to where you can see on the other side, he just killed Harry with a punch with full force. This is where he's basically going to try killing Spider-Man when he reforms his face. So this shows that Harry's not even human anymore. I mean, there's no way he's human anymore, despite what his face looked like. It must be some type of transformation that he's able to do to get his face to look like how he used to when he was younger. This is where Mary Jane says to stop, and for them to actually sit down and have dinner and just talk things out. So Spider-Man talks with Harry reminiscing about what it was like in the past with him and Mary Jane when they were dating before Spider-Man / Peter actually took her from him, and basically what his life was heading to, and that, he did believe that Spider-Man was going to be a great scientist, that Mary Jane would be a great actress, that he would lead his dad's company, that their lives would be great. But look exactly what has actually turned out, because Peter turned into Spider-Man. And it's a really good analogy, what Harry's saying is completely true, and he lays out more facts by stating that Peter's actually the reason why Gwen Stacy died, because Peter knew that Norman Osborn was actually mentally ill, but he kept a secret from Harry, which Harry says that had he told him as a friend, that he could have gotten his father mental health, and he would have never been the Green Goblin ever again after their first fight, when Norman had gotten amnesia. And Peter really has no comeback, and he realizes finally that is a huge mistake, and that he really should have tried doing things in a professional way instead of letting his superhero tactics lead the way in his decisions, and that it actually cost him somebody's life. It cost them their lives with Gwen Stacy and his happiness for the future. Now he had to try being with somebody else, try making a different future, but that would have never have been necessary had he told Harry the truth from the beginning. And I mean, it's pretty messed up when you think about it, is that it was his best friend that was going through all this, and his father didn't really need to, go down that dark path had Peter done the right thing. And man, it's just a very impactful scene. I was surprised on how well the scene was written. So basically, Kindred gets mad. Harry gets mad whenever Spider-Man says that, why is it that Harry hates him so much? And it turns out that Harry says that you did this to me. I guess basically making him not human. I'm guessing this has to do with the One More Day story arc, where Peter transferred his marriage for Aunt May's life and basically rewrote the Marvel universe. And this possibly brought Harry back to life, but still with his memories of the past and not as a human. I mean, that's very possible. So we get to see that Mary Jane doesn't want to see Spider-Man die because she loves him, so she says to Harry to kill her instead. That way Spider-Man suffers by losing another person he loves, but at the same time, Peter will live and the rest of the family. So it looks like Harry might go through with it, but then Norman Osborn shows up and basically tells them that
he doesn't have the right to kill the Web of the Order or Spider-Man or Mary Jane, because that right is reserved for him. He basically uses a pumpkin bomb to attack Mary Jane, and this is where Harry thinks that Mary Jane is dead, so he tells Norman that he's going to kill him, and they head forward to have a final confrontation between father and son. And this is where the end of the story arc happens, with the Kingpin arriving and basically saying to begin. And this is where Kindred and the rest of the Web of the Order, or Order of the Web, I guess, Spider-Man and Mary Jane and Norman as Green Goblin, they see all this darkness around them, and it starts consuming all of them, with Kindred seeing the darkness. And this is it. This is the end, basically, with Mary Jane basically telling Spider-Man she's going to be okay, / Peter Parker. And the arc ends with them all in complete darkness. So we have no idea what the darkness actually is and what it means, but we have to see. So
welcome back, my students, to another episode of Comic Class. And in today's video, guys, we're going to be taking a look at Nick Spencer's The Amazing Spider-Man Volume 12 Shattered Web. And yeah, this is basically just like a filler volume, and basically kind of ties into what the next story arc is going to be, kind of sets that up, and also gives us the conclusion to Last Remains, basically the last volume, and kind of like tying up those plot threads. And yeah, so this is a pretty good volume, ties up loose plot threads from the last volume, and also sets up new ones for the volume after this. So it's really interesting to see, and we're going to talk about all of it in today's video. So without further ado, guys, let's talk about Spider-Man Volume 12 Shattered Web. Let's get started with the video.
You just need to believe.
So our story pretty much starts off showing us the events of what happened in the last volume, basically with the Green Goblin fighting against Kindred / Harry Osborn. And this is where we're revealed to the Spot basically working for the Kingpin, or at least being forced to use his powers for the Kingpin. And this is that black light stuff that we saw at the end of volume 11. We saw like this giant black void appear to swallow everybody. It was actually the Spot using his ability, and yeah, he basically got everyone kind of like teleported or something like that, and they were able to capture Harry Osborn, the Kingpin, and the Green Goblin. And it's revealed that the Green Goblin was in on it. So yeah, so basically we get to see that Norman Osborn is looking at his son Harry as he's encased in this type of tomb-like device. What's cool about this is that this was created by this woman scientist, and basically I guess she has powers of magic or something like that. And basically Harry can hear Norman while he's in the cube. He's not like incapacitated or something like that. He actually is still awake and alive, so that's pretty cool. And now we get to see that Fist, basically the Kingpin, arrives and kind of like taunts Kindred and tells him that he's kind of like in the palm of his hand now, and kind of like at his mercy. And this is where Norman Osborn basically tells the Kingpin to give him some time to torture Harry, and basically kind of puts up this front so that the Kingpin doesn't do anything to hurt Harry. Now once he gets everybody to leave him and Harry alone, this is where you get to see different emotions of Norman Osborn, kind of like going through all these different emotions, until he finally talks about what happened in the previous volume, behind the scenes. And it's revealed that the Green Goblin had already told MJ that he was going to throw a pumpkin bomb at her, and it turned out that it was only a flash grenade, which is still pretty dangerous. It can actually blind you. But I'm guessing, Mary Jane closed her eyes or something like that. So that's pretty cool that we get to see the Green Goblin is as smart as always. And it shows that, he had a plan with Mary Jane, and he's actually, kind of good now that the Sin Eater took away all his sins. And we do get to learn from Norman Osborn that the sins that were, his, and that the Sin Eater actually took out of Norman, basically have now returned. Even though a lot of the people are returning, their sins, Norman's the only one that's been kind of spared from this fate that he knows of, and he doesn't understand why. And he has these predictions on why Harry spared him, but Harry does not, speak to Norman, And this is kind of like a big plot point in this volume, that he's really trying to get Harry to speak to him to figure out what exactly happened to him, but Harry refuses to talk until they acknowledge what it is they did wrong. So I can't wait to get the reveal on what that is, and we do get a hint at the end of this volume what that might be. Like I said, we get to see other characters like Carly, and I believe his name was Overdrive or something like that. We get to see that he's doing fine, that his powers have returned basically to him, and basically says he wants to turn over a new leaf, and that he had kind of like a bad run-in with the law, but he wants to change his ways. He's been trying, and he asks Carly basically to go out for dinner, and she says they can go out for coffee instead, and we'll see if anything happens with these two characters. Now we just see that the character of Martin Lee, basically I believe his name is Mr. Negative, or the Negative Man, the alter ego of that guy. Basically he's like a split personality type character. He arrives at Aunt May's shop, and Aunt May kind of like takes him in to kind of like nurse him back to health. Now we get to see that Kindred basically is just, talking to the Green Goblin, or he's having a flashback. Basically it's showing us what happened in the last volume, the part that we didn't get to see, when this full, void was happening and he was getting encased in this tomb-like device. We get to see that he tells Spider-Man and the Green Goblin that it's their fault why he's the way he is, and he wants them to figure it out. And he does state that he loves these two people in his life, but he just cannot forgive what they've done. So again, it's the most interesting plot point so far, and we can't wait to see what exactly it is that made Kindred / Harry Osborn to what he is. Now, Spider-Man breaks into the lab that Harry is being held in and tells Norman that they need to talk. Now, Norman basically tells Spider-Man he wants him to help Harry remember what exactly happened. Well, not for him to remember, but for them to figure it out why Harry won't talk to them. And this is where Spider-Man kind of like lashes out and basically attacks Norman, which was very not out of character, because it's understandable all the stuff Norman's done. And now apparently he's good because all the sins have been spared from him. So he's kind of like not even the same person anymore, and Spider-Man kind of like is losing it because of that. We also get to see that the Order of the Web starts calling themselves the Order, and basically do agree that something that has to be done with what's happening with Spider-Man and the Green Goblin and Harry, because something is way more bigger that's not being explained, and that is definitely into that later on in the volume. Now we get to see that Spider-Man, like I said, he lost control for a bit, and Norman doesn't even try to fight back because he doesn't really have the Goblin Serum, I think, anymore in his body. Like I said, it was just a facade basically when he fought against Kindred. He already knew that the Kingpin was gonna, kind of like encase him, him and his, crew. So, he wasn't even, I think, boosted up with the Goblin Serum. I have no idea. But here he doesn't even try to fight back. So Spider-Man leaves, and he kind of thinks about what exactly he's just done. He's losing control, and he doesn't even know if what he's doing is the right decision. And we also get to see that Harry kind of like smiles, says that he's locked up in here, and that's right where he wants to be, or he says right where I want to be, which leads me to believe that he has a whole other side plan for what's going to happen to all of the people that he's talking about. So I can't wait to see what happens with that. Now, Carly actually gets attacked supposedly by Kindred, by his centipede, so I'm wondering if he actually has people on the outside, or his centipedes are kind of like sentient and they do his bidding. We'll see about that. We don't get an answer what happened with Carly in this volume, so that kind of sucks, but hopefully we get that in next volume. Now, we get to see this little like flash forward to Spider-Man fighting against Martin Lee / Mr. Negative, his kind of like henchman, and this kind of flash forward, so we'll get back to it whenever it comes. But yeah, so you get to see that Martin Lee basically, like I said, is being helped by Aunt May, and he basically gives us his backstory for people that don't know about the character, saying that ever since the Sin Eater has done his stuff, that Mr. Negative has actually been out of his body because he's actually part of his sins or something like that. This sort of revealed to Martin Lee basically saying that he's actually scared of his other side, and he's very similar to a character like the Hulk, it seems. Now, Martin Lee's henchman, Mr. Negative's henchman, basically arrive at Aunt May's shop, and they're going to try getting back Mr. Negative. So before we go into that, we get to see that Peter basically goes to talk to Liz Allen, I believe is her name. And basically, her and her son are hearing Peter basically talk about how Harry has actually become a supervillain again and has become someone like Kindred. And yeah, and basically Harry's son basically reveals to his mom that he found his dad's secret stash of Green Goblin gear. So, you know, I have a theory of what's going to happen. I think that Norman is going to get back his sense, to be honest. And I think when that happens, he's actually going to go to this area and grab Harry's glider and his pumpkin bombs and, you know, just his stuff. But that's just a theory I have. Or, you know, Kindred / Harry might actually get back into his Green Goblin uniform and kind of like ditch the whole Kindred outfit. But I have no idea, because Kindred might actually be what he is. So I did explain during the last Remains volume that we did get to see that scene where Peter basically like punched through his face and there was like nothing. There was just like a pure hole. So, you know, Harry might not even be alive. It's just very weird. Hopefully it gets all explained. Now, Norman Osborn basically arrives and tells Peter that he's there, and he basically is there, he says, to warn Peter about Aunt May, that she's actually about to be attacked by Martin Lee's henchmen, because they're going to try getting back Mr. Negative. And yeah, so Peter basically like freaks out and he heads out and tells Liz that he has to leave right now. And this is where we just see that Spider-Man finds Martin Lee and Aunt May about to be attacked by Mr. Negative's henchmen, and this is where Spider-Man takes them on and basically lets out a little bit of his frustration with all the stuff going around him. And they're kind of like a type of villain, basically, type of henchman that can be attacked multiple times and not take that much damage. So it was like the perfect opportunity for Spider-Man to like let loose and get some rage out. So that was pretty cool. I love that scene. We also get to see that one of the people that works for Mr. Negative, it seems, is ready to give Wilson Fisk a deal, basically, in trying to find the other tablet. Basically, they have the part of the tablet. There's two tablets, basically, one being life and death, and the other one being something else. I'm not sure what exactly it was called. But yeah, basically they need both in order to fulfill Kingpin's wish in bringing his wife back, it seems. So they're going to make a deal. Now we get to see that Norman basically tells Liz that he knows that she's not going to trust him, but if they want to go see Harry in the state that he's in, you know, kind of hoping that this might break him out of his not talking spell. So we get this really cool scene where Liz and Harry's son, I think his name's Normie, basically arrive and see what Harry has become, and get this really cool scene where it's showing Spider-Man, Aunt May, Martin Lee basically with the henchmen of Mr. Negative having this huge battle with Spider-Man trying to protect them, and at the same time we're getting panel shots of Liz's reaction and Normie's reaction to seeing Harry in the state he's in, with Normie running away at the very end. Now Spider-Man basically is having, you know, these thoughts of why Harry is doing what he's doing and what is the end game gonna be. And this is where one of the henchmen basically grabs Aunt May and says that Spider-Man has to do what he says or she's gonna die. So Martin Lee basically tells all of them to stand down and that he'll do what they want to get Mr. Negative back. His body is the vessel for Mr. Negative, and all they want is for him to go outside so that his sins can go back into him and Mr. Negative can kind of like come back into the physical realm, it seems. So he agrees to it and says that it's time he makes a decision for someone other than himself. And I really enjoyed this scene because he knows how bad Mr. Negative is, but he's willing to do that in order to save Aunt May, because she's the only one that kind of like helped him out when he was in this situation, in this dark place. And now he feels like there's a chance that he might be able to control it in the future and, you know, just do a better job at life. And I really enjoyed that. So he goes outside and he becomes Mr. Negative again. And it's a really cool panel, and we get to see a Spider-Man basically tells him that he's going to be taking him in, you know, to the police no matter what, one way or the other. He's going into jail. This is where Kingpin shows up, basically tells Spider-Man to look the other way, and that he's taking him in with the police. And Spider-Man already knows something's up with Kingpin. He's known this for a while, since Boomerang told him about the Life tablet, I believe is what it's called, Life and Destiny tablet. And yeah, so basically it is revealed to us that Kingpin is in on it, and he wants Mr. Negative to help him find the other tablet, because he needs both in order to bring his wife back to life. So we get this really cool scene with Norman Osborn basically talking to Normie, basically telling him about what it was like for his father when he was growing up, Norman and Harry. Basically just talking about how Harry was a way better person back then, that he was a lot similar to what Normie is right now, and that Norman wishes, that he could have been better, which is what he's been saying a lot of the time since his sins have been erased. And Spider-Man basically sees this whole interaction, and Norman, of course, does notice that Spider-Man is watching them, which I thought was a really nice scene, because it shows that Norman doesn't need the Goblin Serum to kind of be this very intellectual figure. He was already smart and very aware of his surroundings. Even before he got the Goblin Serum, he was just always a very smart man. So I really enjoyed that. Now we get to see that Spider-Man, that's a very important part, because Spider-Man, like Mr. Negative had said, Martin Lee, before he turned to Mr. Negative, you gotta believe that there has to be a chance for someone to do good in the future. So we'll see if that plays out with Norman, if Spider-Man's gonna give him that chance yet again. For those that know the history, Spider-Man's done this so many times. But maybe this time will be different. Ned Spencer's been doing a lot of crazy stuff, and it's been working, so we'll see. So basically, the Kingpin talks to Mr. Negative, and basically tells him that, he wants him to work for him, and that he has a condition for him. Basically, like, he has a, how would you say it? He's basically giving him a bargain, and that he was willing to give him what he gave him, but if he wants to get even more, then, help him get the other tablet, because Mr. Negative has already provided him one half of the tablet, but the other half, if you remember, I believe is with Boomerang and Spider-Man. So, and I'm pretty sure Boomerang's the one holding on to it, so, it's probably going to be like a kind of like a hunt, basically, which is pretty cool. And yeah, so we get to see that the Kingpin basically tells them that there's going to be some competition. We get to see a ton of different Spider-Man Rogues Gallery right here. They're not the greatest villains in his Rogues Gallery, but it does seem like we're going to be seeing a lot of players that we don't really get to see that much of, and I'm really excited for that, because I think you can make a good story without having some really well-named characters, as long as the story is good. And I think this is a story that really can work, using all these characters for some type of hunt for, I believe it's called the Lifeline tablet or something. And yeah, so we get to the final portion of the volume where we basically get a conclusion, or at least a type of resolution to what Peter's going through, having nightmares of Kindred. And yeah, he basically wakes up, and Mary Jane basically tells him that they're going to be heading out for the day, because she has something she wants to show him. And they basically go to this place where her and Peter basically, I think they had their first date or something like that. And it was a place where Mary Jane had her first ever show, and she basically tells Peter to close his eyes and imagine Kindred's there, basically get whatever he has off his chest. Now he can kind of like move on, or at least begin the process of moving on. So we get this really cool scene with Peter basically just pouring his heart out, basically telling Harry that he doesn't understand why he wants to make him suffer so much, but deep down inside he kind of feels like Harry's right, and that something Peter did make him into Kindred. And like I said, I can totally understand why this is eating Peter up, because if you saw that scene with Kindred where he punched a hole in him, he's not human anymore, or something's up with Harry. He's not him anymore. There's something different about him, and Harry even mentions that he's, he was turned into something when in the Last Remaining story. So he does say that he just feels like he just wants him to tell him what to do. And we get this really cool panel with Mary Jane hugging Peter, and they basically kiss and talk about how it's good that he finally was able to say what was on his heart, and hopefully they can start going forward and eventually do get a resolution with Harry, which I know, that's how stories are. We will get that resolution eventually, but I just wonder how long it's going to be until Harry breaks out of his little cube prison thingy. And yeah, so Spider-Man basically realizes that he's a little late, I believe, for school, and he basically leaves and gets to his Spider-Man outfit, and this is revealed to Mysterio actually working with Mary Jane, and basically I guess Mysterio is implied to be turning a new leaf, and basically it's helping Mary Jane get back on track with her acting career. And Mary Jane basically tells Mysterio that she hasn't told Peter, because Mysterio asks if Peter already knows that she's working for him, that he's actually the director of the play, and she says she doesn't want to worry Peter, and basically tells Mysterio that he knows who Kindred is or what made him into what he is. But Mysterio basically says that there's some things better left unsaid. And this story gets the final 2 or 3 pages, which reveals that Doctor Strange enters some type of like underworld or some other world, and basically forces his way into a room to talk to the leader, and it's revealed to be Mephisto, with Doctor Strange saying what is wrong with Peter Parker's soul. And so that's how the volume ends. So it seems like the way the direction's going, which a lot of people have predicted, is that they're going to retcon the One More Day storyline, which will make Peter Parker and Mary Jane married again and give them a possibility of having a child, and kind of going the Superman route with, you know, Superman having a kid now. And I think that's awesome. I think that would be a great thing to have. Now, I'm not sure if I would like them to have a kid and just make it a copy of Spider-Man. I don't think that's the direction to go. If anything, I think a better direction would be to have the kid actually be a baby, because then you can have him kind of like be a parent, and you don't have to worry about having the kid have superpowers and stuff, and you just build up to that throughout the years. But I think it would be interesting to have them married again, Mary Jane and Peter, and having a kid or 2 kids, however many kids, 3. I think it'd be awesome. And I think a lot of people are ready for that retcon. I think they've been ready for years, maybe even since it first had happened. I wasn't around during that time, you know, reading comics, so I don't understand the pain of that. But for a lot of people, I do see that every time an issue comes out, that they're just waiting for that retcon to come. So hopefully Nick Spencer does deliver on that promise. Well, he didn't promise it, but you know what I mean. You know, on that plot line that it seems to be set up. And yeah, overall, that was Volume 12, Shattered Web of The Amazing Spider-Man by Nick Spencer. Welcome back, my students, to a brand new episode of Comic Class. And in today's lesson, guys, we're looking at Nick Spencer's The Amazing Spider-Man Volume 13, King's Ransom. And yeah, this spans a few issues in The Amazing Spider-Man Nick Spencer series. And this should be really fun, guys. So without further ado, let's jump right into today's story. Let's go. So this story starts off with Spider-Man's new outfit debuting, and this outfit actually looked really cool, and I really enjoyed the design of it. We also get to see that Wilson Fisk is actually talking to the group that he was talking to in the last volume about capturing Boomerang, and yeah, they're all in agreement that they need to go and take this guy's head. That way they can get the Lifeline tablet for the Kingpin, and the Kingpin had offered them areas and territories to grow their organization. And yeah, they all say that, you know, they hate Boomerang, so that's really cool, and they go off to try to find this dude. Now Peter actually goes to, I think it's Nora Winter's at the, I guess it's at the, I forgot what it's called, I think it's called the Threats and Menaces, and she actually introduces the new suit to Peter, saying that this was for his friend Spider-Man. And it turns out that J. Jonah Jameson is actually working with Nora Winters with this suit to kind of monitor Peter Parker while he's out in his Spider-Man outfit, basically, and fighting crime. And what they're trying to do is have the people, you know, in New York City be able to live stream Spider-Man's daily activities when he's in the suit. And yeah, so they're able to enjoy while Spider-Man is fighting against his super villains. And we're seeing kind of like the impact of this and what it's having on the Threats and Menaces paper, basically, you know, like the blog. Now we get to see that Gloria, I think it's her name, or Glory, she actually gives Robbie Robinson, you know, some information about Tombstone's daughter, Janice Lincoln. And he basically says that he wants more information about her. And it seems like he goes to talk to Randy, not knowing that he's actually dating this woman. Now Boomerang is at the park, you know, kind of hanging out with God whenever God is almost getting assassinated by Bullseye. And instead of hitting God like in the head or something, he actually hits the collar that was limiting him to be in that small form. So he actually turns giant once again, like we saw. I think it was like volume 8 whenever he was in his giant form. So Spider-Man and Boomerang have to think fast, and they actually put a giant version of the collar on God, making him turn back to his small self. And this is where Peter realizes that how much he's gotten attached to Boomerang and God, and showing some development with their characters. Peter decides with Boomerang that they need to leave God with Mary Jane so that he doesn't get, attacked by these supervillains and these gang members while they're dealing with their, situation. And yeah, so Robbie Robinson goes to work basically, and he finds out, as well as Tombstone finds out, that Randy and Janice are actually dating each other, and they're not happy about this at all. We also get to see Norman Osborn talking to Kindred, basically telling him if he remembers the day that he was telling Normie about, I think that was like in volume 11, and where he was talking about taking Harry to the beach, to Normie, basically saying that things weren't always the way that they are, so messed up. And while Norman's having that talk with his son, we get to see that Wilson Fisk has enlisted the help of Baron Mordo to kind of get Kindred to talk and give him what he wants. So they come to some sort of agreement. Now Peter and Boomerang basically team up to take on the gang members that are trying to find Boomerang and take him out and take him to Fisk, basically take his head, to take to Fisk. And while they're having their battle, we get to see that Tombstone is not able to process that his daughter is dating Robbie Robinson's son, and Robbie Robinson himself goes out to talk to his son, not wanting them to continue dating, and he needs to try to talk some sense into him. And we get to learn more about their history, and that these two guys have been going at each other's throats for like a very long time. I think it spans like 20 years or something like that. And yeah, so we get to see Spider-Man and Fred fight against again more gang members, and they work really well as a team. I really enjoy their interactions with each other and showing how much more of friends they have become in the time that they've been fighting crime together. And we go to Robbie Robinson talking to Randy, basically telling him that he doesn't want Randy to date Janice, and Randy's kind of like weirded out by the picture that Robbie has of him kissing Janice. But Robbie just tells him that he can do whatever he wants, but he knows that at Lincoln the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, as he says. And we also get to see that Tombstone is having an argument with his daughter Janice, and Janice kind of like just leaves after attacking her father, I guess with some type of like stun ray, and she basically leaves him to rage and that. So they're not taking it well of their children dating each other. We also get to see, Janice and Randy talk to their, respective friends at some type of bar, and it's really cool to see, them interacting with each other, outside of their supervillain / superhero lives, and they don't really heed the advice of their friends, and eventually they talk to each other, and Randy kind of tells her that he believes that she'll change and not be a supervillain, and she doesn't really take well to this, thinking that he wants to change her instead of accepting her for how she is. But before they can kind of like leave and depart from each other, they get attacked by some of the gang members that were hired by Fisk. Beetle does her best to fight against these people, but she gets taken out by another woman, I think called something like Mesquite or something like that, Madame Mesquite or something. And yeah, Fred and Peter arrive, and they basically get attacked by these gang members, knowing that Peter is the friend of Spider-Man, so they try to get him, I guess, either to take him out to get to Spider-Man, or maybe like take him hostage. And Fred is Boomerang, so he knows that he can fight back. And yeah, it's a really interesting situation. Now we leave that situation to look at Norman Osborn hearing his son screaming, and it turns out that Baron Mordo is actually like torturing Harry in order to get him to give Fisk what he wants. And Norman basically tells Fisk that he needs to chill out and not let his son be getting tortured like this. We also get to see Robbie Robinson and Tombstone talking to each other, kind of like hating on each other, blaming each other for their children's kidnapping. And Spider-Man shows up and tells them that they need to work together if they want to find Randy and Janice. So they kind of like put their heads together, and they go off to try to find Randy and Janice. Now we get to see what happened with Peter and Fred in this situation where Peter kind of knocked out Fred, that we wouldn't see him change to his new outfit, which I guess is kind of like nanotech that we saw in like Avengers Endgame and Infinity War, where it kind of like just forms on Tony. I think it's a similar theme with Peter's costume. And yeah, so he was able to fight his way out of there and, you know, have a chance to go save his friend and his girlfriend. So we get to see Janice and Randy basically talking to Madame Mosquito, and kind of like, you know, Janice getting on her nerves. And while that's going on, we get to see that Randy Robinson and Tombstone find a dude to give them the location of where they're holding their children, so they go off to find them. And yeah, Peter finds a note from Fred telling him that he doesn't want him to follow him, basically, or I guess it's directed to Spider-Man, saying that he doesn't want him to follow him, that he needs to do this on his own. So Spider-Man, you know, doesn't really accept this and says that he needs to help his friend, because now he considers Boomerang a friend. And he goes off to save Fred before, you know, he gets himself killed. Now we get to see a person in the darkness, and we got to see this, I guess, at the end of the last Remain story arc, or maybe it was before that, with them, you know, going through the cemetery and opening a coffin, which revealed, I think, Harry Osborn's coffin being empty or something like that. But this time it's revealed that Dr. Octopus has been revived, it seems. And I thought this guy was dead, so I guess, I don't know how he got revived. So hopefully that gets explained in the Sinister War that's supposed to be coming out soon. And it seems like Kindred is using his centipede things that go inside Dr. Octopus's ear and try to like mind control him, I guess, or something like that. So this plot line will get, I guess, resolved in July with the Sinister War. So that's cool, but we'll talk about that, you know, later when we get into that story arc and when we cover it. But yeah, so Baron Mordo is basically torturing Harry, and Norman basically tells them to stop, and Fisk basically, you know, listens to him and he leaves him be, but says that he only has one more day before they try to send him back to hell, basically saying they're going to try killing him to send him back. And Harry, you know, tells Norman that he's been wanting that type of help his entire life, basically showing that, you know, he still has resentment for his father. So that's pretty cool that we get to see that the relationship still isn't completely perfect, but we're getting to a point where hopefully in Sinister War we're going to get a conclusion to him and Harry's relationship. But yeah, so Janice and Randy are about to get murdered whenever Tombstone and Robbie basically show up to defend them. Spider-Man also is heading towards that place whenever we get to see that Tombstone and Robbie basically are trying to, you know, survive this. Now we get to see the syndicate, the crime syndicate, I think is what they call themselves. Their version of the Sinister Six, though, an all-female version, show up to save their, you know, their friend, also, you know, her boyfriend, and also tell her that her father is paying a high price for them to save them. And yeah, it's really cool to see Robbie and Tombstone go to, you know, untie their kids, and while they're doing that, they basically try to use reverse psychology to get them to stop dating, and they almost, you know, get murked by the dude in the purple mask when Spider-Man shows up to save the day, and him and a sinister crime syndicate basically work together, and they're not happy about that. We get a lot of funny comedic moments between Spider-Man and the crime syndicate. And yeah, we get to see Beetle take on Madame Mosquito, and she, you know, kind of knocks her out, showing Robbie basically telling Randy that he's starting to see what he sees in her. And it's funny. And at the end, you know, they defeated their enemies. You know, it seems their kids are going to be fine, their children. And Robbie and Tombstone are surprised to hear, as well as Spider-Man, that Randy and Janice have decided to move in together. So it seems like, you know, Spider-Man's not going to have any roommates, because we'll talk about what happens to Fred at the end. And yeah, so going back to Norman, we get to see that he talks to one of the security guards, telling him that if he knows what's good for him and his family, that he'll let him pass to see his son, or some person. I don't know, it's not revealed who it is that he's talking to, so we'll see who it was, I guess, in the next volume. And yeah, so we get to see Peter have the idea when he's talking to Mary Jane about Fred that he can use God to, you know, track down Boomerang's location. So he does that, and at the end of, you know, that issue, we got to see the Defenders show up to help Spider-Man save Fred. So that's cool. And the interactions between Spider-Man and the Defenders is really, you know, funny, because they're saying that he kind of like has been isolating himself in recent history. But they do, you know, agree to go help their friend, you know, try to save his friend, even though they don't really like, you know, Boomerang. And yeah, all the crime people, all the gang people basically have arrived, and Fisk has told his, I guess, secretary or something that he's going to be heading down to the battleground, basically the war ground. And he's not scared of these people; he's powerful too. And we just see a full-on battle between the defenders and the gang people. So they're having their battle while Spider-Man goes on to try to save Fred. And while that's going on, J. Jonah Jameson is, reporting in front of a crowd, showing off his latest inventions, which are these type of spider slayers that you can control with your, I guess, mobile device. But this turns out to be a bad idea and puts J. Jonah Jameson, it seems, in some hot water. So all the collateral damage that these people are causing is they're not professionals. So that probably won't be an ongoing plot point in the future, so I'm glad for that. So I would now want to see tons of random people using Spider Slayers and getting in Spider-Man's way and the plot's way. So that's cool. So Spider-Man arrives and he finds Fred, slash Boomerang. It basically talks to him. It tells him that he's not a failure and that he can be a hero if he wants. That he's been doing his best to become a hero. And they get in a fight with Shocker, Hydro Man, and I don't know what this guy is. I think some type of speedster type character, and they get in a fight, and even Shocker states that Boomerang used to be like them, we're even partners at once, and they have a fight, and it's really cool. Eventually they get defeated, the villains, and we just see that Wilson Fisk shows up and realizes that his lifeline tablet is gone and that the Black Cat actually stole it. So the Black Cat arrives in front of Spidey and Boomerang, with Boomerang saying that we used to date, which was a really funny thing when Felicia basically said we really didn't. And she basically tells them that she'll meet them back at the rendezvous point, and she leaves Spider-Man and Fred to go off to get the final lifeline tablet, which they do, and they get confronted by this type of spiritual figure saying that tells them that only a person that's worthy and I guess pure of heart can actually hold the tablet, that anyone that isn't will have indeed certain death. So Spider-Man has Boomerang tied up. Basically, his Boomerang was gonna put himself in danger, trying to prove himself as a hero, and Spider-Man says, you've already proven it, but you're still working on it. So he basically turns off J. Jonah Jameson's spider suit that allows him to live stream what's happening, and he basically admits to all his failures that he sees in himself, and he tries to grab the tablet, acknowledging that this could be the end for him. But when he grabs the tablet, the spiritual figure basically says that he's passed. And after it leaves, the speedster basically grabs the tablet from Spider-Man. Spider-Man gets attacked by Shocker and I guess Hydro Man as well. And he sees, while he's getting kind of like drowned, or at least being knocked unconscious by Hydro Man, that Fred is there waving goodbye to him. So it seems that Fred actually betrayed Spider-Man. So Spider-Man wakes up and Felicia basically hands him a letter that Fred, I guess, had left for him. And this is where it's revealed that Fred was actually betraying Spider-Man, and he used all this, becoming Peter's friend to get close to Spider-Man and becoming Spider-Man's partner in order to, gain his trust and be able to use him to touch the lifeline tablet so that Boomerang didn't get murdered whenever he, touched it. He didn't die instantly. But we can see that Fred doesn't seem happy with his decision while he's in the bar with No Name, with all his other supervillains, even the ones that were, attacking him, basically playing along with the role. And yeah, it's pretty sad that, Spider-Man does get affected by this, and he probably feels, very betrayed. But it seems like Fred will come back probably in the next volume to redeem himself and save Spider-Man, or at least help him out during the Sinister War story arc. So we'll see if that happens. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are predicting that ending for that. And yeah, the story ends off with the Defenders basically talking to Spider-Man, saying that, he's sorry that he told them to trust, Boomerang / Fred, and that he did, betray them. But everything's okay, just the only thing that the Kingpin was going to use the lifeline tablet for was to bring back his wife, right? And this is where Hawkeye says, do you want to tell him to Luke Cage? And it's revealed to us that Kingpin is mourning the death of his wife, and he says that he wanted Kindred to bring his wife back. But I guess Kindred has said, what makes you think that she would even want to come back to you? So this actually, waits, Kingpin up to the idea that, Kendra might be right, and that instead of bringing back his wife, which will probably just be in pain if she comes back, if she actually killed her own son, he'll grant her wish and right her wrong in how she viewed as wrong, protecting her husband. I guess the son was trying to kill Kingpin. I never read that story or, know that information. That's only what I've heard. So I have to look into that. But yeah, so he basically decides not to bring his wife back, but instead with a lifeline tablet, he's able to bring back his son for her honor and her memory. And yeah, it says, today your son's life is restored, and today the rose blooms once more with, I guess his name's Richard Fisk. It says, hello, daddy, and that's how the volume ends, volume 13, King's Ransom. And welcome back, my students, to a brand new episode of Comic Class. In today's lesson, guys, we're looking at Nick Spencer's The Amazing Spider-Man, Volume 14, Chameleon Conspiracy. And yeah, this book was really well done. I was not disappointed, and I was surprised in how well this was done. Considering the Chameleon is kind of like the main villain in a way. We'll get more into that when we're talking about the story, but yeah, I was not expecting a lot out of the story, so I was really surprised in how well I liked it. So without further ado, guys, this is going to be a pretty interesting story to talk about today, so without further ado, let's jump right into today's story. Let's go. So this story starts off with Baron Mordo basically torturing Harry Osborn / Kindred. And yeah, it's a pretty brutal scene, and it seems like the Kingpin is not, holding back in the torture that he's letting Baron Mordo do on Harry. And Mordo basically explains that, the Kingpin was able to bring back his son back to life. And this is the reason why Mordo is actually gonna, kill off Kindred. Now, before he can land, the killing blow and, finish the job, we can see that Norman Osborn hired the Spot to get Baron Mordo out of there, to get him off guard. And yeah, so basically, Norman Osborn allows the Spot to leave the asylum. Basically, that was the deal that he made with him. And he basically tells Harry that he's here and that, that he's here to save him, basically. And yeah, so it's like they're having their relationship kind of try to mend together. And after this, we get to see that Randy Robinson and Tombstone are actually watching their kids on a date. And they're kind of like, mending the grounds, basically, but they are still at each other's throats in a way, and they are waiting for a reason to put each other, out. With Randy saying he'll put him in jail, and with Tombstone saying that he'll put him, in the ground, basically, like, kill him and stuff. But they're kind of putting their stuff aside for their children's sake, and I thought that was really cool, and it's more development for these characters, which is a really good thing Nick Spencer has done with his series, his run on Spider-Man. Now we also get to see that Overdrive picks up Mary Jane and basically tells her that Carly Cooper, which was a character that was introduced, I believe it was volume 9. So it's been a couple of volumes since we've really seen her, and it turns out that she's been missing. So, and we did get to see that in volume 9 during the Sins Rising story arc, that Kindred had captured Carly. So it seems like Overdrive wants Mary Jane, because she's one of her friends, to find out and try to find where she's at and what exactly happened to Carly. So we jump into Kindred and Norman. And Kindred uses Norman's sympathy for him, his need to mend things with his son, as a disadvantage, and basically takes advantage of this disadvantage of Norman and basically beats him to a pulp, which was a pretty satisfying scene to see, considering all the stuff Norman's done to Spider-Man over the years, and to Harry, treating him like crap for most of his childhood and stuff. And yeah, so we got to see that scene. We also get to see that Spider-Man / Peter Parker gets a message from Betty Brant, and he goes and meets her at some brewery, basically like a coffee place. And turns out that she's revealed to be, pregnant with a child. So that was a really big surprise, and it was a really interesting thing to see. Now, Carly wakes up in like a cell, like a prison cell. It's revealed to us that Harry Osborn is actually still alive. It seems, at least a version of him, and hopefully we get this explained later on in what exactly version of Harry this is. But yeah, now we jump into Teresa Parker, which is the sister of Peter Parker, if I'm correct. And she basically has made her way to the prison that the chameleon is being held in. And she basically is going to try killing him, at least that's what it seems like. But we'll get back to that whenever we go back to that scene. Now, Peter learns about Ned Leeds actually being alive by Betty Brant, and that he's supposedly the father of their child. And Peter basically mates out of there real quick, and Betty doesn't understand why exactly he's freaking out, but it's explained to us that, you know, Ned Leeds actually was supposedly killed, if you remember, during, I forgot which one it was, I think it was volume 5 or volume 6, that Ned Leeds was like a homeless dude, at least that's what it seemed like. He said that he was Ned Leeds, and he basically, you know, died in Peter's arms, and this leads Peter to go into like a little bit of a rage, thinking that this is his fault because Ned had told him something about Betty, and he had no idea that the Betty he was talking about was Betty Brant. So yeah, that's pretty much going on with Peter and Betty. And we jump back to Teresa, and Teresa is basically beating the snot out of the chameleon. And the chameleon basically gets very cocky and says that he knows that he's not going to kill her because he knows that she's worried that she's actually a clone, like the clones that he had made of Peter's parents, basically his mom and dad, or their mom and dad. And it's a really interesting, you know, situation with Teresa, and that's basically what she's going to be dealing with in this volume. Now we jump into Peter basically talking to Jamie, which is one of his lab mates, basically, at the university, and they're working on the Claravent, and basically they get in an argument and Jamie leaves. And we get to learn more about Jamie's backstory, and that his mother is actually sick. That's why he's trying to, you know, get a lot of money with a Claravent to be able to pay for medical bills. And yeah, it's more of an emotional side to the character, but I don't think it justifies exactly what he's been doing. Now, Chance, which is that supervillain that was in, I believe it was volume 8, which was Threats and Menaces. That volume basically dealt with Chance and the Foreigner and stuff like that. And Jamie was using his Claravent to kind of win at Chance's like casino type place, you know, where they place bets and stuff, but it started, you know, failing him. And Chance is the only one that realized that, you know, Jamie's machine was not, you know, working the way that it was supposed to. And he's going to use this to his advantage of wanting Jamie to perfect the Claravent so that he can use it to build his empire, you know, his casino empire, and basically become rich with all of his supervillain friends. So Jamie gets himself wrapped up into that in order for, you know, Chance not to take it out on his family and, you know, kill them or whatever he's going to do to them. Now, jumping back to Peter, we get to see that Peter meets up with Betty yet again. He goes to her house to explain what exactly happened to Ned Leeds, and it's revealed to us that Ned Leeds is actually there in the flesh. And this really surprises Peter. While that happens, Teresa gets surprised as well whenever Chameleon reveals that in another cell lies the person that killed, you know, Peter Parker and Teresa's parents, basically, the Finisher. And yeah, I thought that was really cool. We got two big reveals at the same time for Peter and Teresa. Now, Teresa opens fire on the Finisher, but doesn't like kill him, just wants to scare him a little bit. And this isn't the real Finisher, it's like a hologram that is here. And we get to learn that Dimitri, which is, I guess, Chameleon's real name, is the student or the protege of the Finisher. So everyone's really connected with, you know, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, Teresa Parker, the Finisher, and the Chameleon. So I really like how it all connects. Now we get to learn more about Peter and Ned Leeds and Betty Brant and exactly everything that's going on. And Ned Leeds reveals to Peter exactly what happened with him and Betty and how, you know, they kind of like conceived in that, I guess, in a way. Not too much details, but enough. We also get to learn that Jamie gets revealed that he's using the Claravent for evil purposes and is working with some supervillains, and this leads Peter to leave Ned and Betty by themselves to go find out exactly what Jamie is doing. Now, Jamie is actually trying to get through Dr. Connor's security in order to get the power source he needs to use the Clairvent at full power. And he's able to grab an ID card from the Lizard's jacket. And this leads Spider-Man to show up. Peter shows up in his Spider-Man outfit and basically engages in battle. And it's really cool, so you get to see like a very D-class villain called Slide, which I never knew existed, so that was pretty funny. And liked how Spider-Man used jokes saying how irrelevant this dude actually is. And Chance and the Foreigner and the Jack-o'-lanterns basically show up, and a full-on war basically breaks out, an all-out war, I guess you could say. And Jamie, actually betrays Spider-Man during this whole fight. But before he does that, we can see that Spider-Man is trying to protect Jamie. And it's not until Jamie, hits Spider-Man and betrays him that Spider-Man seems to be defeated. And Chance hates Jamie as well as the Foreigner as well, to go, try to use this Clairvent at full power and get what they want and build their empire, their royal casino, as you could say, their villain casino. Now we get to learn more about the Finisher, and it's revealed to us that the Finisher actually did not die in his storyline that he had with Spider-Man, where Spider-Man apparently had killed him. So I thought this was really good, because it puts it where Spider-Man didn't kill this dude. Spider-Man doesn't really kill people, so I thought that was really good, but also that it shows that he never really forgot this moment with him and Peter. We also get to learn that the Chameleon had showed up after the Finisher was in the hospital. And we get to see that they really do have a very father-son type of relationship. That he is his protege. So that was really cool to see that development with those characters. We also get to see that Ned Leeds tells Betty Brant they should go with Spider-Man to take on the Foreigner because he needs to stop him. I guess they have some type of history with each other. So they go off to battle and save Jamie. And the Jack-o'-lanterns reveal that it's all a ploy, basically, by the Chameleon, and they all work for the Finisher. And it's a really cool scene, and everyone starts turning on each other. And while that's going on, we can see that Teresa and Chameleon are confronted by a ton of people that are the same way as Dimitri, in that they have no sense of self, and they are, in fact, all chameleons, which kind of pisses off, the Chameleon, which, kind of gets the Chameleon mad, because, he didn't want to face these people, but, the Finisher says that they have to face their sins, face their demons, as he says. And, yeah, this leads us into the final portion of the climax, which is a full-on war between the Foreigner, Chance, and the Chameleon Jack-o'-lanterns, basically, with Jamie trying to survive and not get killed during this whole exchange, this whole battle exchange. And, Foreigner and Chance basically realize they have to save Jamie because he's gonna get killed during this battle. So while that battle is going on, we get to see that Teresa is learning about how these people actually lose their sense of self, and they become the Chameleon, just a person that doesn't really have a face. And he basically tells her that there's a chance that her whole life is basically fake, and that she was just Peter and her parents, basically, in that they weren't real people, they were just playing a part, they were actors in a way. And I thought this was a really good way to do something with Teresa's character, and it really brings a type of Chameleon Teresa situation dynamic to a head, basically. And she doesn't want to accept that this exactly could be what's happening. And the Finisher basically tells her that he wants her to gain the Clairvent for him, to grab it and retrieve it, and that she'll be able to use it to get her answer. And Teresa doesn't want to, accept that this is the only way to get a true answer, because the Finisher's not going to give her the answer, and even if he did, she might not believe what he has to say. So it's a really cool scene, and it puts Teresa in a situation where you don't know which way she's going to go. Will she get the Clairvent in order to get her own answers, or will she be able to move on without an answer to if she's real or not? If she's the real Teresa Parker or not. So that's really interesting. Now we get to see that the Foreigner and Ned Leeds basically get into a hand-to-hand fight, and I guess you could say they're kicking, and there's sweeping, they're just fighting, they're throwing, and it's just a full-on brawl, basically. So that's really cool. Eventually, Ned Leeds gets the advantage, and he just starts beating up the foreigner until eventually Spider-Man stops him before he can, trying to like kill this dude. And yeah, it's really cool. Now Peter realizes that the ship that they're on is actually heading, towards the city. It's gonna crash, so he has to work with Jamie and Ned Leeds to try to stop this ship from crashing. And some of the Jack-o'-lanterns, chameleon, Jack-o'-lantern guys actually leave, the ship. And a lot of people leave the ship because they don't want to, die in the crash. So everyone's scrambling to try to get this to stop it, and Spider-Man basically is able to work with Jamie and Ned Leeds in order to stop the ship from crashing into the city. So once they finally, crash land, they basically get off of the ship, and Jamie confronts Spider-Man, basically tells him that he wants him to have the Clairvent because it's just too much power for someone like him, that he's proven to himself that he's not responsible enough to, wield something like this type of power. And I thought this was a really good moment for Jamie's character, and hopefully he has a bigger role in the next volume. Just a really good character, and I'm glad that they didn't, stretch this out, and that he learned his lesson in this volume, and they didn't stretch out this plot point. So hopefully we'll see Jamie and Peter kind of like reconcile basically as friends, and we can see him more in the future, in future volumes. And yes, Spider-Man tells Ned Leeds to basically go home to Betty Brant. He has something there that's important and that's waiting for him, right now. And we just see, Ned Leeds go back home to Betty Brant, and they basically hug and embrace. It's really a nice scene. Now, the volume ends with Teresa basically arriving to Spider-Man / Peter Parker, her brother, and Peter gives her the Clairvent, which at first you think she's going to use this to get her answer, but she actually starts thinking to herself about what she fears the most, and that's, not being the real Teresa Parker, and actually just being a chameleon like the chameleon. We get this really horrific image of her with the chameleon face, kind of like in shock and fright, and yeah, it's pretty, a scary image when you really look at it. But she basically grabs the Clairvent as Spider-Man leaves, and after he leaves, she basically like just crushes it and says that she doesn't care about learning about the truth, and that to her she is the real Teresa Parker, and she's the brother of Peter Parker, she's the daughter of Richard and Mary Parker, Spider-Man and her parents, basically, and that she's gonna just continue to fight crime and be, a good person, which I really did enjoy. We jump to the Foreigner, and it's revealed to us that Taskmaster and the Black Ant are back, and it seems like they want to work with the Foreigners to take on Spider-Man, and this is going to be pretty cool because the Foreigner wants to take on Ned Leeds as well. And yeah, the volume ends with the chameleon back in prison, and well, I don't think he ever escaped prison. I think he was stayed in prison. Trying to wonder what his plan really is. I mean, he could have escaped after Teresa came. There's no way that they're keeping a chameleon in here after Teresa just like broke in, like, almost like it was nothing, I guess. At least that's what it seemed like. And yeah, he was basically confronted by Kendrick. Kendrick comes to visit the chameleon, and he basically tells him that he knows his true face. And, chameleon basically tells him that he doesn't need to do any threats, that he's a pleasure to do business with. And, the chameleon basically says, "Easy, Osborn, we can make a deal. It's always a pleasure doing business again." And it's just an amazing moment, and that's how the volume ends. And yeah.
Welcome back, my students, to a brand new episode of ComicClass. In today's lesson, guys, we're looking at Sinister War. And yeah, Sinister War hasn't finished yet, but I wanted to be covering it as it's coming out, and I'm a little late on that. But today we're going to be covering all of the issues that have came out so far, which covers The Amazing Spider-Man issue 70, Sinister War issue 1, The Amazing Spider-Man issue 71, and Sinister War issue 2. And yeah, it's going to be a good amount of content to talk about. And yeah, let's jump right into today's story. Let's go. So this story pretty much starts off with Peter Parker arriving at Kirk Connor's laboratory, his lab in the Empire State University. And it's revealed to us by Dr. Connors that he has actually gotten separated from the Lizard. And what happened is that we get to see that Dr. Octopus arrives with the Sinister Six, saying that he's going to need something from Kirk Connors. And they basically get to a bit of an altercation, and we get to see that Dr. Octopus uses the device that we got to see used on Peter Parker. I think it was in Volume 2 of Nick Spencer's run, where we got to see Peter Parker and Spider-Man kind of split from each other. And I really do enjoy that Nick Spencer brought this device back, and it's how he's able to bring out the Lizard from Dr. Connors, and so that the Lizard can be part of the Sinister Six, which was a really good plot twist. I did not see that coming because, this was the device that was used in Volume 2. And it was really cool to see that, they brought that Nick Spencer brought it back for this occasion. Really good plot twist. Now we get to see that Mary Jane basically has been searching for Carly Cooper, and she hasn't had any luck in finding, where she's at. And we get to hear from Harry about, what exactly happened with him and Kindred, and that it seems like Kindred found Harry kind of like snooping around one of his dad's like estates or something, and he basically put him in this jail cell. So he's been in here for a while, and now Carly's here, in here with him. And so, there's a lot of hints that this is actually the pre-One More Day Harry. So I'm expecting that to get revealed pretty soon. Now, we get a jump to see that Dr. Octopus meets with Kindred, wanting some answers on what exactly happened to his memories before, I guess, he was brought back to life, which is really interesting. But Kindred says that he needs more from Dr. Octopus before he can, give him what he wants. He says that there's another player that, he wants in the Sinister Six. Is he told Dr. Octopus basically to pick, I guess, 4 members or something, and that he would pick the final one. And as Kindred says that, the bargain was not met yet. I told you that you could pick your 5, but the 6th was mine to choose, and I have the perfect casting in mind. And so it's revealed to us that Mysterio is the final pick by Kindred, and it seems like the Sinister War is on its way. With all the different groups basically ready to, go into battle with each other to try to capture Spider-Man or kill him or something like that. Now, we jump into the next issue, which is Sinister War issue 1, where we get to see that Doctor Strange is talking to Mephisto, I think is how you say it. And he basically is hinting at, the One More Day deal that he had made with Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson. So that's really cool. And hopefully we get some resolution to that whole, situation at the end of the Sinister War story arc. And so we get to see that Peter and Mary Jane are at like a premiere for her movie. And this is where we're shown Quentin Beck basically posing as a director. A whole different person, and Peter does feel like he knows him from somewhere, and it's because it's Quentin Beck, Mysterio. And we're also shown that it seems like Peter is getting ready to ask Mary Jane for her hand in marriage again, so it does seem like Nick Spencer is going to be getting them, married yet again, which is really good, because that's what people have been wanting for a lot of years. Ever since One More Day happened, people really hate that story arc. They've been wanting Mary Jane and Peter to be married again, so that's going to be really good if that's how his run ends. And it seems like it's heading to that. Peter's basically planning on giving it to her after credit scene and stuff. So while they're all sitting down to watch the movie, at the premiere, basically they get attacked by the Savage Six, and this basically is a team with Vulture, Rhino, Tarantula, Scorpion, King Cobra, and I don't know what the other guy is. He's like some dinosaur looking dude, I'm not sure what his name is, but they basically attack the Premier, and the reason why they're attacking the Premier is because they hate that Mysterio used their likeness, I guess, in the movie. So they're kind of mad about that, and they basically attack, the movie-going audience. Spider-Man basically is trying to protect everybody, trying to protect Mary Jane as well, and it's revealed to us that Mysterio is there indeed, and he reveals himself to Spider-Man / Peter. And I guess Quentin Beck knows about Peter's identity, because he does talk to Mary Jane about her not telling Peter that he's actually Mysterio. So I'm guessing he knows his identity, so I'm not sure if in a previous story that happened before Ned Spencer's run, that he had learned his identity or something, but I guess Harry probably would have told him who Peter was, if, he's working with Kindred, so I mean, I guess it makes sense. So the full-on, all-out war starts happening between all these different teams, and, these two teams, and Peter basically tells Mary Jane that she needs to get out of there, to get somewhere safe, and he doesn't really trust Mysterio, that he's kind of like changed, trying to turn over a new leaf, as you could say. And Peter basically gets Mary Jane out of the way as the Rhino and the rest of the Sinister Six are fighting against the Savage Six, basically. Eventually, Mysterio grabs Mary Jane, and I think it's Dr. Octopus that says that he knows that nothing bad will happen to her, that Kindred made that promise to him. So Mysterio takes this opportunity to join the Sinister Six in exchange for Mary Jane not getting hurt and stuff. So Peter basically gets knocked out by Dr. Octopus's tentacles, and he wakes up and he starts getting attacked by Kindred. And this battle was pretty cool. It's just Spider-Man basically getting attacked over and over. Basically, he can't really do anything. And we get revealed to, all the teams are going to be fighting in the Sinister War, which is really cool. And this issue ended with Mephisto basically talking to Doctor Strange and saying that, Doctor Strange wants him to fix, everything that's been going wrong, everything that's happening right now in New York City with all these different teams. And he basically tells him that he can't really do anything because that's how his powers work, that he has to be given a deal, in order to, do something. So he basically tells Doctor Strange if he wants to place a bet on, on everything that's going to be happening, and if, he basically asks him, are you feeling lucky? And that's how that issue ends, first issue of Sinister War. So then we jump into the Amazing Spider-Man, issue 71, and yeah, basically it starts with Spider-Man basically getting attacked by tons of his rogues gallery in some type of cemetery. And while that's going on, we get to see that Mysterio is letting Mary Jane know about everything that happened to him, that he was actually brought back to life by Kindred. And this is where we're revealed to the relationship basically with each other, and that Quentin Beck was in hell, and Kindred basically gave him an opportunity to come back to life, but in exchange having to work for him. So yeah, so we also get to learn that, there's a lot of connections between the past and the stuff happening right now in the future, especially regarding Harry Osborn and his death, his original death when he was the Green Goblin. So I thought that was really interesting. It seems like we're really going to get the reveal that he's actually pre-One More Day Harry, which is really good, and that's what a lot of people are predicting. I think it's the right choice by Ned Spencer. So we get to see that Harry basically is talking to Carly Cooper, and they basically get in an argument because he doesn't believe that there's any chance of things, working out. And Carly basically tells him that there's no way they can just, give up and stay in the cell. But Harry basically tells her that the door's open, and that, what do they do now, basically, as she says, now what? So it seems like they're going to be meeting up with Kindred soon. We also get to see a really good scene, which again, just makes it more obvious that this is probably pre-One More Day Harry, because Kindred is basically sitting in a hospital van, and he's saying that he comes here to remember, when he died, letting him die a hero, basically. And, now he has to do something, now he doesn't feel anything at all, as he says. So yeah, this is really cool, and I liked how this was a redrawn panel of, I guess, the stuff that happened and Harry's original death, so I thought that was really cool. We also get to see that Mysterio basically tells Mary Jane that they have a role to play, all of them, and that he has to go, play his role, which is part of the Sinister Six. And this is where Mary Jane is confronted by Kindred, basically saying that it's just us now, and that's how, The Amazing Spider-Man issue 71 ended. Now, jumping into the final issue for us to talk about, which is Sinister War issue 2, really good. We get to see that Dr. Octopus arrives with the Sinister Six, a full Sinister Six with Mysterio now, and we get to see that Kindred doesn't give him the answers that he wanted, which we probably could have saw coming. And while that's going on, we get to see that Spider-Man is still in his battle with, his Rogues Gallery in the cemetery, and he's fighting against different teams at once. And I thought it was really funny how we got to see Slide again in here, and he's basically attacking Spider-Man, and he says that, there's no way that he's gonna get defeated by someone, certainly not someone called Slide. And it was really funny. We also get to see that Hydra Man and Shocker have a type of like team attack that they've been working on. It's just a full-on battle between the Rogues Gallery. Eventually, Overdrive grabs Spider-Man and tells him that he's not here to save him. They basically all are after the same thing, to either capture Spider-Man or kill him. And then we get to see the Insidious Six, I think is what they're called, or the Sinister Syndicate, which is the all-female Sinister Six, basically. And before Spider-Man can do anything, he gets attacked by Kraven's daughter, which is the newest member of the Sinister Syndicate. And yeah, we also get to see a flashback on how all this began with Kindred basically arriving with all the Rogues Gallery there, basically all these new members like the Syndicate and stuff. And Taskmaster basically tries to attack Kindred whenever Kindred uses his like centipede type creatures to basically attack all of the Rogues Gallery basically in their brain. And he basically tells them that these things will actually eat their brain and kill them if he wanted them to do so. And he only has one task for them, which is to kill Spider-Man and to send him to hell, basically. And even Kindred says at the end that he's hoping that one of them brings the gas, basically. It seems like Kindred is very hell-bent, no pun intended, in bringing people to hell. He's kind of like a hellspawn, I guess you could say. Or he's like an agent of Mephisto, however you say it. That would be a really cool plot twist if that's the case. But he does seem very, hell-bent, like I said, sending people to hell. And having these people kill people for that purpose. So I thought that was really cool. We also get to see that he basically, like I said, gives them their orders, and he basically tells them that they need to try accomplishing their tasks as if their life depended on it. And he basically tells them they have to get it done, or otherwise, they're dead, basically. And the issue ends with the Sinister Six basically en route, I guess, to take on Spider-Man. So it seems like all the different teams are going to come to a head and basically begin the Sinister War in full force, which is going to be really cool to see. Welcome back, my students, to a brand new episode of ComicClass. And in today's lesson, guys, it's going to be a pretty, happy but kind of sad video, because we're going to be doing the conclusion to the Kindred Saga / Nick Spencer's The Amazing Spider-Man run. And yeah, originally I was planning on reviewing all these issues when they actually dropped, during the week. But I wasn't able to do that because I was dealing with COVID, having COVID and stuff. So I didn't do it weekly the way that I was hoping to. But the video is here for you guys, and we're going to be covering issues 72 all the way to 74 and Sinister War issue 3 and 4 as well, basically covering the entire conclusion to the Kindred Saga / Sinister War story arc. And yeah, it's gonna be a really great video. I really enjoyed this volume of the comic, and it's sad to see Nick Spencer go, but he went out with a bang, and I think he did a good job with this conclusion, and I can't wait for you to go through with it with me, and I can't wait for you guys to go through with this story with me. So without further ado, let's jump right into today's story. Let's go.
So the story starts off with Spider-Man taking on the Sinister Six, and we get a lot of cool action panels showing all the Sinister Six basically fighting against Spider-Man, trying to take him out. And we even get to see Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man, swearing off with each other, basically. It's a really cool scene. So that fight's going on. While that's going on, we get to see Norman Osborn. Basically years ago, we get a flashback showing that he had met with this person that isn't revealed yet on who his true identity is. But I bet you guys can kind of take a guess on who exactly this is. And yeah, he basically comes up to Norman while he's kind of jealous of Mendel Stromm, getting some credit for some of the work that they've done together. And this person's basically taking advantage of Norman's rage and anger. And yeah, but we'll talk about that when we get back to this. So we get to see that Harry and Carly basically go to the morgue that Carly works at. They find a secret entrance where they were being held and basically lead them to the morgue. And they basically take off the covers of that one body that we didn't get to see who it was. And that gets revealed later on. So we get to see that Norman basically is brought and kind of like led to this area where Harry basically tells him about all the stuff that's actually going on. And it's revealed to us in a flashback, let me just go back into flashback, that the guy that was talking to Norman Osborn is actually Mephisto. And Mephisto basically makes a deal with Norman that he'll bring his life back to the way it was, maybe even better. But in exchange, he has to give up his firstborn son, which is Harry, his only son. And this shows us why exactly all this stuff happened with Harry Osborn, which some people might like, some people might not like, but it's a really cool revelation, and I really enjoyed this scene. Now, we get to see that Kindred basically is talking with Mary Jane, and they basically say that they're going to reveal themselves and that it's time for her to learn the truth, no matter the cost. And we get to see who this is in a little bit. So Spider-Man was able to make his way out of the Sinister Six for a little while, and it was able to patch up some of the damage he took during that battle. And he's confronted by the Black Cat. The Black Cat basically tells Spider-Man that he can kind of like take a rest. At her, Wolverine, and the Human Torch are basically going to take over and try to fight against the Sinister Six. But before, this plan can go into action, it's revealed that Wolverine is actually the Lizard, that Mysterio was disguising him and the Sinister Six as allies of Spider-Man, and gets mad at the Lizard for basically being like an animal that can't control himself and kind of ruining their plan of catching Spider-Man off guard. But the battle basically continues, and Electro basically says that Lizard's got the right idea, let's finish him off. And in this, basically saying that they want to just get this battle over with. And if you remember, they're actually battling for their souls because Mephisto is using those centipede-like monsters creatures to basically go into their brain, and it will basically like explode their brain or something like that, basically killing them instantly. So the battle continues, and Dr. Octopus actually grabs Spider-Man and says like he'll finish Spider-Man off. But before Spider-Man can actually be killed by Dr. Octopus is attacked by more members of the other Sinister Six's teams. Because they're all arriving to try to like take Spider-Man's head. And yeah, we also get to see that the Sin Eater is basically brought back to life and is using his powers to try to bring other people back to life, it's implied. And yeah, so that's really cool. Now, Boomerang and the rest of his type of Sinister Six team basically say that they've found Spider-Man. Boomerang basically tells them that Spider-Man is here, and he tells them that the Savage Six are actually fighting him as well as the Sinister Six. So it's not looking good for Spider-Man, and Fred seems to be concerned, showing that he's probably going to turn to the good side at the end. And yeah, eventually Sin Eater arrives, being resurrected, and he brings the Juggernaut with him, as well as Whirlwind, and I forget what the other guy is called. But he's like this android-looking guy, as well as the Great Gargoyle and Morlun. I mean, the fact that Juggernaut is here and Morlun, I would be running if I was Spider-Man. And Kindred basically sees everything that's going on, and you have Dr. Octopus seeing what's going on. Boomerang looks a little worried. Mysterio's doing his thing. What's her name? The Beetle basically is kind of freaking out as well, that they're all players on the stage, and now he says, let me show you the end. And yeah, this basically is the end of, you know, this whole conflict. This is like the climax. And Spider-Man basically is just trying to survive. I mean, this is a ton of villains that usually doesn't have to go up against this many at once. So he kind of has to use their powers against themselves. And he's able to get the guy Roland to be turned to stone by the Great Gargoyle. But Sinister basically catches Spider-Man off guard and hits him behind the neck, almost knocking him out. And he basically says that he's going to make Spider-Man, you know, repent in hell because he's kind of mad at Spider-Man. His actions have brought him back to life, or at least brought, you know, Kindred brought him back to life probably, but because of the whole Spider-Man thing, that he was paying for the sins that he had did, and that now they can both, you know, be in hell and pay for the sins together. But Spider-Man does something that I've never seen him do, which was like super hardcore. He webs the barrel of the gun, and basically the gun basically explodes, taking out Sin Eater's hands, and it was just such a metal moment. But Spider-Man basically tries to escape, and we get, you know, panel with the Juggernaut basically trying to break the structure that Spider-Man was trying to, you know, grab hold on. And we get this whole splash panel basically showing all the battles that Spider-Man is doing with his Rogues Gallery, and it's just crazy. Eventually, Morlun grabs Spider-Man, reminiscent of what happened in his first battle with Morlun, and it's going to take Spider-Man's life force whenever Fred basically attacks Morlun and grabs him and gets him off of Spider-Man. But Morlun grabs Boomerang and basically drains all of his life force, basically killing him, which was a massive surprise. I was not expecting Fred to get killed in this run. And Morlun just said, you know, that there was no way that a normal human could satisfy his hunger. And Spider-Man basically loses, saying that you killed him, and he attacks Morlun and just starts going in on him. And it was just a really good scene. After, you know, Boomerang's teammates see what exactly happened to him, they basically turn on the rest of the Sinister Sixes, basically. And it's an amazing scene. And a full-out war just breaks out between all the different Sinister Sixes. And it's amazing. A really good action sequence. Eventually, Dr. Octopus figures out how to take out Kindred's mind control type thing. Well, not mind control, but the thing that will explode their brains. Basically freeing all of them from Kindred's control, basically. And Kindred's not happy, but Dr. Octopus basically gets thanked by Spider-Man, you know, for doing this all for him. But Dr. Octopus basically says that Kindred went against their deal and giving him answers, and that's the reason why Dr. Octopus is doing this, because he doesn't want to be controlled by Kindred, and especially being threatened, you know, for his life basically by Kindred. So the deal's off, and you know, Spider-Man should leave before he changes his mind about letting him live. Spider-Man has took massive damage, but Spider-Man knows he ain't going home to rest. He's gonna go fight Kindred and finally end this, and this leads us into the final conflict of the whole Kindred saga / Nick Spencer run. So we get to see that not Dr. Octopus, Doctor Strange is talking to Mephisto, and they're basically gonna do a deal with this climax. So that's going on. We also get to see that Gwen Stacy, or I believe her name is Sarah, who is like a clone of Gwen Stacy, supposed to be like a daughter type clone, basically reveals herself to be Kindred, to Mary Jane, in which some completely surprises her. Now we get the explanation of Gabriel and Sarah, basically, which are from, I believe, Sin's Past or something like that. A very hated story arc in Spider-Man's comic history. And yeah, to reveal that Harry Osborn made a deal with Mysterio, and basically made it to where Norman Osborn thought that he had made these children with Gwen, but in fact he was never with Gwen like that, and these weren't real children, they were actually just clones that were made to deceive Norman Osborn into thinking that he had actual biological children. And yeah, it's pretty messed up. We'll get more into what's happening with Sarah and Gabriel in a little bit, but yeah, it's a messed up scene. Now we get to see that Harry actually reveals that he himself is a clone, and that the real Harry Osborn is actually still dead and is actually in hell because of Norman Osborn's deal that he made with Mephisto.
which was a massive surprise to me, as I was not expecting that. Just like a lot of people, I thought he was going to be the pre-One More Day Harry. That was going to be Kindred. So massive respect to Nick Spencer for coming up with this massive plot twist that I definitely did not call or see coming. Now we get to see the backstory for Sarah and Gabriel, and it's revealed that Sarah and Gabriel are actually clones that keep getting made. Basically, they keep reincarnating, and they basically age super fast, and they can't even enjoy their lives because of how they age. They basically are forced to repeat the cycle over and over again, basically suffering in hell before they're reincarnated back to Earth, and then eventually, die off again, have to suffer somewhere in hell, and then they come back. And basically it's made them just so bitter and wanting revenge on Norman and Peter for having to suffer all the time because of, they didn't ask to be created. This is on Harry for creating them, for Kindred for creating them, basically. And yeah, so it's a really cool scene, and they basically talked about how this is finally what they feel like they were meant to be, basically, that they were created to be. And it's just a very weird scene because they basically take the face of Harry Osborn, so I'm not sure if it's supposed to be like the power of shape-shifting, or if this is like one of their powers to make themselves look different, or if this is like Harry. I don't know, it's really weird how this scene was done, but it was really cool at the same time because Sarah and Gabriel are definitely characters that made this scene very like plot twisty, that a lot of us didn't see coming, and it works in the sense of, we'll see later on in their interactions with Norman Osborn, and it made sense why they hate him so much. But we get to see that Norman basically is surprised by all this, and while that's going on, we get to see that Doctor Strange and Mephisto basically say that they're gonna do a deal, basically a one final game to see how Peter Parker will get out of this mess, with the prize being Doctor Strange. So if Peter Parker fails and Mephisto's plan actually succeeds in using Kindred. And yeah, it's a really cool scene. Now we get to see that from Harry's point of view, his flashbacks, that he was actually, when he died in the pre-One More Day story, whenever Harry had originally died, he actually did go to hell because of Norman's deal. And yeah, Mephisto basically revealed everything to him on what exactly Norman had made a deal with, and that his life was going to be suffered for eternity because of Norman, which was like super messed up. So Mary Jane basically escapes from Gwen, and she goes through a portal that we saw in the last remaining story arc, which I don't know what exactly these portals are supposed to be. Maybe they were made by Mephisto, or maybe Kindred has the powers of, the other world. I have no idea, but these are like portal mirrors. And she basically comes out and kisses Peter and basically tells him that they need to get out of here, because of what exactly is happening. Eventually Norman makes his way to the two, and he says, that they need to get out of there as well, and he reveals that there's actually two Kindreds, and this is a big surprise. This was like a massive plot twist for me. I couldn't believe it when I saw this panel, and yeah, it's an amazing moment. And like I said, while that's going on, we're seeing the deal between Doctor Strange and Mephisto, and this is it. This is the final climax. The battle begins, and Spider-Man is taking a beating. He's taking on two very powerful fighters. Because if you remember, during the last remaining story arc, he fought only one Kindred. He was getting, the snot beat out of him, basically. Now he's having to fight two at the same time, and it's just too much for Peter to handle. He's just taking a massive beating, and we have some amazing action panels. I thought the action was so well done, and it's probably because of Mark Bagley. Mark Bagley is like a legend, and I definitely need to make a video about him in the future because his art is just fantastic. So I'm pretty sure they had him on the action sequences just because of how they're drawn. But yeah, so we get to see that Carly and Harry basically make their way to Harry's apartment, or his home, and he sees his wife sleeping and his son sleeping. He realizes what he needs to do. He has to not put on the goblin mask and stuff and the outfit, but he's going to use the glider and the pumpkin bombs. He's going to help Peter defeat the Kindreds, the Osborn, I guess, siblings. I don't know what you would call them. These are not from Norman Osborn after all. But I don't even know what they were called back then. But basically just, Gabriel and I think her name was Sarah.
And yeah, so we get to see this awesome panel of Spider-Man just being defeated by these two kindreds, but before they can land the final blow, Harry arrives and lands a pumpkin bomb on them, getting them away from Spider-Man. And he basically says that this is not just his fight, and he offers a hand to Spider-Man, and Spider-Man is surprised as Harry's dead, and he knows that something's not right, but he's just glad to have his friend back again on his side. And I really did enjoy this fight scene. This fight scene was amazing, and we get to see Spider-Man and Harry basically doing what they should have done in all those years ago without, Harry going crazy, being, the Green Goblin, the second Green Goblin. This is what Harry would have been had he never taken the Goblin Serum, probably. Or maybe if he had taken the Goblin Serum, and Peter would have done a better job being a better friend during those years for Harry. And maybe this is how things would have played out. And I really enjoyed that. We got to see a version of Harry that could have been Spider-Man's ally in battle. And it's just an amazing scene. During this fight scene, we get to see that Norman is basically regretting everything he did in his life to Harry, feeling guilty for all the stuff that's happening at the moment, this battle that's happening at the moment. We get to see that while Harry was in hell, that the demons took the shape of Norman in a way. And I thought that was really interesting that, Harry basically had a personal hell that he was dealing with in the afterlife. I thought that was really cool. And Harry basically reveals during the battle that Sarah and Gabriel are not really Gwen and Norman's children, and that never happened. It was all a lie made by Harry. And this gives Spider-Man basically the confidence he needs to land a blow on one of the kindred, saying that he knew, and that somehow, he always knew what, that this was the truth, that Gwen would never have been with Norman. And the battle just keeps going on, and eventually Norman steps out and says that they would need to stop the fight, that if they want to take out their anger on someone, take it out on him, because he's the one that made their creation ever happen in the first place. And they're about to kill Norman whenever Spider-Man and Harry decide that they both need to, save Norman's life, do the right thing and fight against these kindreds. And they basically do. And while the battle is going on, eventually they get behind Norman and they say that they're going to kill him, basically for him to die. And the clone of Harry basically gets in front of Norman and takes the killing blow. And yeah, it's an amazing scene, an amazing sacrifice. It goes against the cliche of Harry going in front of Peter to save his life. And I thought this was a massive moment for Harry's character. And it gave him the ending that he deserved. He was a hero at the very end, doing the right thing and saving his father. One of the people that he loved the most and won the approval of during his life, on Earth. And he basically dies, in Spider-Man's arms. And Spider-Man gets mad because Kindred basically, both the Kindreds, or one of them, says that, that he shouldn't be crying over a clone, that it's pathetic. And to save his tears because he's going to need them. And Spider-Man basically says, that all I need right now is some payback. And he basically goes on to battle both the Kindreds. Now, Mephisto basically explains to Doctor Strange that the whole thing with Gabriel and Sarah is that they keep getting killed because of their rapid aging, developments, basically, their progress. And they basically reincarnate, they're reborn, and they start the same process again. And that in his realm, they suffer untold agonies, but with a purpose to prepare them for this moment. So he basically tortures them for eternity until they have to, be reincarnated. And then they do it all over again. It's just a cycle over and over again, which explains their hatred towards Spider-Man, Norman, and anyone associated to their creation. Or, the purpose of their creation with Harry doing this to them. And yeah, I thought that was really interesting that they don't just blame Harry, they blame the reason why Harry even did it in the first place. A lot of people have a hand in their creation. I think this is a really good way to end the story of Nick Spencer's run. Like I said, this is a really good development, having Sarah and Gabriel be the kindreds. And it gives so much reasons to why they hate him so much. I thought it was just something really well done, and something that a lot of us, especially me, did not expect to be happening. For Kindred to be two people and to be Sarah and Gabriel. But yeah, I think they're called Sarah and Gabriel Stacy now that I think about it, but I don't know. Let me know down below if you ever read that story arc with Sin's Past. I never read it. I might never read it. Because I hear it's so terrible, but who knows? Now that it's retconned, maybe I will. Just to, see the novelty in it, but yeah. But basically, back to the story, we get to see the fight between Spider-Man. He's just going in on both the kindreds because they killed Harry. They killed a version of Harry that could have lived on his life basically, like he says, that they killed his best friend, a husband, a father. Basically, this was their next chance to have, a family again, even though it was just a clone. He basically could have had his son and his wife, be happy again, because they had a version of Harry to be with them. But now he's dead, so they're basically in the same position they were in before. It's just very sad. And yeah, the battle basically continues, and we get a lot of cool action scenes, like I said, that were probably drawn by Mark Badley. Maybe it was another one of the artists, but very good scenes. And eventually Spider-Man says that, he felt sorry for them, and he felt guilty for what he caused them, but with them killing Harry and basically showing no remorse and basically showing that they would kill anyone, he basically says that there's no more, that he doesn't feel that anymore, basically. That he's just going to take them down. And I really love this scene where he says that, one of the Kindred says that your best friend's there lying dead. They basically said your best friend's lying there dead. You don't feel any responsibility. And before they can even finish that word, Spider-Man, sucker punches them and basically knocks them out. And he basically comes to the realization that Harry's dead yet again. And it's very sad. But eventually both Kindreds get up and they basically attack Spider-Man at once. And the battle continues for a little bit, and we get a lot of cool action scenes again, with some really good dynamic paneling and perspective, both of them taking on Spider-Man at once, and Spider-Man basically is just getting attacked, and eventually the whole monument, as they say, the Osborn monument, or the monument to the Osborns, crumbled to dust, that any of their apologists can go with it, and basically Spider-Man gets collapsed. Basically the rubble collapses on top of him. Very reminiscent to what we saw in the original Stan Lee and Steve Ditko run, which is what Mephisto is expecting from Spider-Man. When Spider-Man kind of isn't doing anything, basically determines that he won the game. But Doctor Strange basically explains that they have one more champion that's not Spider-Man, as each one had two champions. Yes, Mephisto was Gabriel and Sarah, but for Doctor Strange it was Peter Parker and Mary Jane. And we just see Mary Jane basically going through the rubble, grabbing Spider-Man, saying if he's okay and if he needs a hand. And yeah, she basically grabs him and helps him get out of the rubble, which was a really nice, good moment for the two characters and the relationship, showing that they have a very strong relationship and that she would not leave him when he's in this dire battle. And when Spider-Man basically says that she should have kept running and that the battle is probably still gonna go on because of, him getting out, that must mean that Kindred's probably got up as well. And they basically tell him that, not to be afraid that it's over and that he's won. That because Mephisto has lost, he was the only one keeping their rapid aging from going through. And this is basically the end for them. And that just like before, when they're no longer useful, they basically die out. And it's very sad. And as their masks basically fade away, they crumble away, you just see that the Gwen Stacy, which is, I guess, Sarah Stacy, she basically tells Spider-Man that they were never real. And that, that they never had a mother either. And, Spider-Man basically takes off his mask and says that if it's any constellation, basically, trying to make him feel better, that true or not, if you needed it, she had loved you all the same, which is true. Had these kids, lived being these clones and that, and had they not been aging as fast, as Spider-Man had found a way, because he's a scientist, to keep them at a certain age, at least, their age normally, they would have treated them as their kids, for sure. Because that's just the type of people that Spider-Man and Gwen were. They would have definitely adopted them, and they probably would have had a nice family. Even though it would have been a little weird, because they wouldn't have ever been kids, they would have been adults probably, whenever they met them. But still, they would have been a family. And I think that would have been a really cool storyline. But yeah, Gwen's dead, so that could never happen. But yeah, very sad moment, and I thought it was really nice that Spider-Man showed some sympathy at the end, because he realized at the end that they really are just tortured people, and that it doesn't make it right that they killed Harry's clone. That was still an evil act, but definitely there was some sympathy at the end for these clones, and I really enjoyed that from Peter's character. And yeah, so we go towards the end of the volume, basically the whole story arc, with Norman basically grabbing Harry and basically saying that he's sorry, that Harry always thought that making Sarah and Gabriel would give Norman the kid that he always wanted, the child he always wanted, but as Norman said, he already had him with Harry. So that was a really sad moment. And while Norman's grieving over Harry and holding him, you see that Mary Jane and Peter share a hug and basically just accept that the conflict is finally over. And yeah, we go back to Doctor Strange and Mephisto, and we get to see that Mephisto reveals to Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange wants to know what's the fascination with Peter Parker. Why does he make his life like this? You know, why was he making this a game? And it's revealed to us by Mephisto that in the future that he saw a type of destiny that he saw his own destiny. He saw that he conquered Earth and all of its heroes, but there was one that would bring an end to his reign and basically save the Earth, and that was actually Spider-Man and Mary Jane's daughter. Now, Mephisto basically says that it was Spider-Man to Doctor Strange, but Doctor Strange realizes that this is a lie, because he never just attacked Peter Parker, so that's not true, because that would take care of the problem if Peter Parker was the one to bring down Mephisto and end his reign on Earth. But that's not the case, so that's when Mephisto basically says that one can never tell what the future holds. And that's when it's revealed that it's actually Spider-Man's daughter, which tells us that this is way in the future, like maybe 20 years in the future, if Mary Jane and Peter have a kid soon in the comics. You know, with comics timeline, I'm not saying in our timeline, because, you know, comics go forever. But yeah, basically just showing us a possible timeline. So I'm pretty sure this isn't the only future that can happen, but it's a future that does scare Mephisto, I guess, and that's why he does so much to Peter Parker. And as, you know, Doctor Strange tells Mephisto, after Mephisto says that he won, and why does he have a problem with winning, you know, or does he suspect that Mephisto's up to something? And Doctor Strange says, you know, that perhaps that his arrogance is his own undoing. And he calls him Demon as well, which is, you know, something that Doctor Strange does with Mephisto, I guess. He just, you know, kind of like just treats him like this. And it seems like they kind of hate each other, but kind of like each other at the same time. Yeah, I don't know, it's kind of weird. I'm pretty sure they have a lot more interactions with Doctor Strange's comics, but I've never read them, so I don't know. So leave a comment down below if you know if there's a relationship between Doctor Strange and Mephisto that is kind of like this, like a hate-love relationship, as like kind of like respecting of each other. But yeah, so Spider-Man and Mary Jane basically head home, and they basically, you know, fly, I guess. I don't know why they need to fly, but maybe they went to their home. Maybe this wasn't in New York City, I have no idea. It wouldn't make any sense, because all of the Sinister Sixes, unless they all traveled to this place, wouldn't make any sense. But overall, they basically head home and go to sleep, and when they wake up the next morning, Peter's in his Spider-Man suit. He grabs Mary Jane, they basically swing off, and they go up to the tower that they were on. In the first volume of the series, the way the first issue started is the way the last issue started, as Nick Spencer said in his author comments, which I thought was a really good decision. My only problem is that Peter looks very pissed off whenever he takes off, whenever Mary Jane takes off his mask, so I don't know why it was drawn like that. I think that might have been a mistake on the artist's part. But overall, it's not that big of a deal. It's just, I thought it was kind of funny. It felt very off that he looks mad whenever she takes off the mask. Maybe he wanted to do it, I don't know. But the volume ends with Mary Jane and Peter basically sharing a kiss like they did in the first volume. And that's the end of Nick Spencer's run. And it's a very sad moment. I'm happy, but I'm also sad, because I love Nick Spencer's run. And sad that we're not going to get any more story arcs from him / volumes. But I'm glad that it ended off strong, and I was happy with this conclusion, with definitely some ideas of where the story could go in the future, and the developments that the next writer can do to what Nick Spencer has started with this final volume, basically this final story of his. And yeah, that was The Amazing Spider-Man, probably volume 15. I'm going to look that up to see if this is volume 15, but I'm guessing volume 15 is the end of Nick Spencer's run. It would make sense. But I don't know if it covers all these issues, but I'm just going to consider it volume 15, because this is it. This is the end of Nick Spencer's run. It was a great run, guys. And I remember, I think it was in June of this year, or July of this year, when I had started the Nick Spencer Spider-Man videos on the channel. I had started reading Nick Spencer Spider-Man last year, I think, or 2 years ago. I can't remember if it was last year or 2 years ago. And I've enjoyed it ever since I read it. And I thought Nick Spencer was a great writer. And I never thought that his run would end this year. I thought it would last until next year. I thought it was going to last until issue 100 like he planned. But that's not how things went down. And overall, for ending that happened faster than what was expected, I thought Ned Spencer and everyone involved, you have to remember, it's not just Ned Spencer, it's the artist, it's the colorist, it's the letterer, all these people, the higher ups that help him, probably talk to him about these decisions, everyone involved. I want to say thank you, and you did a good job. Thank you for the run, thank you for this series, and I'm hoping that we can continue to have some great moments and great stories coming after this, and that I can continue enjoying the Amazing Spider-Man, because this was just an amazing run. And like I said, Ned Spencer knocked it out of the park. We're gonna miss you. I know a lot of Spider-Man fans like myself, we're gonna miss you. You brought Spider-Man back to the forefront. He had a long run where people had just dropped off, and that I wasn't part of that generation. I don't know about that as much, but I know a lot of people agree that Ned Spencer brought Spider-Man back the same way James Tynion IV brought Batman back after the disaster that was the Tom King Batman run. And I will always thank and be thankful for Ned Spencer for doing that for the character. And who knows, maybe in the future he'll come back to do the character. Maybe he'll take a few years off and he'll come back eventually. That would be great. But good luck to anyone that is coming after Ned Spencer. We don't want to see you fail. People like me definitely want to see the next Spider-Man writer do a great job so we can enjoy this great series and get some great new Spider-Man stories. But yeah, finally, like I said, thank you, Ned Spencer, for everything you gave us in this story. I hope you the best in your career and for everything that you're into afterwards on Substack. And you'll never be forgotten for what you did for this character and for giving us, people like me, something to read every other 2 weeks or something like that. We'll forever be thankful for you, and thank you for everything you did for the character and for us, the fans. But that's going to be all, guys. Until the next video, God bless you. Until the next lesson, keep on reading those comics.